The volunteer badge felt heavier than it should have as I pinned it to my scrubs. Natalie Reeves, volunteer at Reed. The same badge I'd worn for 3 years while completing my surgical residency at St. Mary's. Everyone assumed I was a candy striper or maybe an aide. I never corrected them. Natalie. There you are. My mother's voice cut through the hospital lobby like a scalpel. Hurry up, we can't be late to the gala. And please tell me you brought something appropriate to wear. You can't go in those things. I looked down at my scrubs, splattered with a 16-hour shift's worth of saving lives. I have a dress in my locker. Well, go change, and do something with your hair. She examined me with the critical eye she usually reserved for auction items. Your sister's already there, networking. You know how important these connections are for her practice. Yes, I knew. Alexandra the lawyer, Alexandra the success. Alexandra who'd made partner at 30 while I was still playing around at the hospital. The St. Mary's annual charity gala was the social event of the year. $500 a plate, all proceeds going to the new pediatric wing I helped design. Not that anyone knew that. To them, I was just the volunteer who sometimes helped with fundraising. I changed quickly in the on-call room, trading scrubs for the simple black dress I kept for emergencies. In the mirror, I looked tired. 3 surgeries back-to-back, including a 9-hour reconstruction on a car accident victim, had left their mark. But I'd saved all 3. That had to count for something, even if no one knew. The ballroom was already packed when we arrived. Crystal chandeliers cast diamonds of light across the crowd of donors, hospital board members, and medical staff. I spotted several of my colleagues, Dr. Chin from cardiology, Dr. Williams from oncology, but hung back. Tonight wasn't about me. Patricia, a woman in pearls, embraced my mother. So lovely to see you. And is this Alexandra? No, this is my other daughter, Natalie. My mother's voice carried that particular tone, apologetic, slightly embarrassed. She volunteers here at the hospital. How sweet, following in her sister's philanthropic footsteps. Something like that. Mom steered the conversation away before I could respond. Have you seen Alexandra's latest case in the papers? She's representing the Morrison family in that huge medical malpractice suit. I bit my tongue. The Morrison case was against a young resident who'd made a judgment call during an emergency surgery. I'd reviewed the case files. The resident had saved the patient's life, but the family was suing over a minor complication. Alexandra was about to destroy a good doctor's career for a payday. Natalie, go get us some champagne, Mom instructed, already moving toward another group of her friends. I wove through the crowd toward the bar, catching fragments of conversation. Doctors discussing cases, board members debating budgets, donors being courted for the new wing. My world, yet not my world. Dr. Reeves? A small voice tugged at my dress. I looked down to find Emma Chen, one of my pediatric patients, in a wheelchair decorated with ribbons. Her mother stood behind her, eyes widening in recognition. Hi, Emma. I knelt to her level. You look beautiful tonight. How's the new heart treating you? Good. I can play now without getting tired, she beamed. Mommy, this is the doctor who fixed my heart. Mrs. Chen grabbed my hands, tears in her eyes. Dr. Reeves, I didn't know you'd be here. We can never thank you enough. The other surgeon said the surgery was too risky, but you? I squeezed her hands. Emma's the brave one. I just helped. Just helped. Dr. Morrison, the chief of pediatric surgery, appeared beside us. Mrs. Chen, Dr. Reeves performed one of the most complex pediatric cardiac surgeries in this hospital's history. Your daughter is alive because of her skill. I felt heat rise in my cheeks. Dr. Morrison. Don't be modest, Natalie, though I suppose that's why you've been hiding your light under a bushel all these years. He winked at Mrs. Chen. Did you know Dr. Reeves has been volunteering here since she was 16? Worked her way through med school, turned down offers from Hopkins and Mayo to stay here. She says St. Mary's is family. Natalie, my mother's sharp voice interrupted. Where's that champagne? Oh, she stopped short, seeing the small group. I'm sorry, am I interrupting something? Mrs. Reeves. Dr. Morrison extended his hand. What perfect timing. I was just telling Mrs. Chen about your daughter's remarkable journey. My DAV here. She's just a neuroses AD. Mom told her fafriendis at the CHARATW gala. her voice carrying in that way she perfected at country club luncheons, not like her sister DLA. The words hung in the air like a failed intubation. Dr. Morrison's eyebrows climbed toward his hairline. Mrs. Chen looked confused. Emma tugged at my dress again. "Are you not a doctor?" she asked in that honest way only children can. "She is," Dr. Morrison said slowly, studying my mother. "One of our best, actually." My mother laughed, that brittle sound she made when cornered. "Well, yes, she helps out, but it's not like she's." The lights dimmed, saving us all from whatever dismissive explanation was coming. Dr. Harrison, the hospital director, took the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to St. Mary's annual gala. Tonight, we celebrate not just our donors, but the incredible medical professionals who make miracles happen daily." I tried to fade back into the crowd, but Emma had attached herself to my leg, and Mrs. Chen still held my hand. "This year," Dr. Harrison continued, "we're honoring someone special, someone who embodies everything St. Mary stands for: brilliance, compassion, and humility. This physician has revolutionized our surgical protocols, mentored countless residents, and saved lives others deemed unsavable." My phone buzzed. A text from Alex. "Where are you?" "Mom's looking for you. She wants to introduce me to the hospital board." "This surgeon," Dr. Harrison went on, "recently performed a groundbreaking procedure that will be published in the Journal of Cardiac Surgery. They've done all this while maintaining the lowest mortality rate in the state and the highest patient satisfaction scores we've ever seen." I felt eyes on me. Several of my colleagues were smiling in my direction. My mother, oblivious, was scanning the crowd, probably looking for Alexandra's table. "The hospital de recitor tuoki gate mic. Now pilies glcwmi our UNGSDCKIF of Surgery Dr. Natalie Ree vs. The spotlight found me instantly, probably because Emma started jumping and shouting, "That's my doctor. That's my doctor. Mom's teaching MPGN IKUT hat DFLOR." The crystal shattered into 1,000 pieces, the sound sharp in the sudden silence. I watched the champagne spread across the marble floor, bubbles dying on impact as the entire room turned to stare. "Chief of surgery." My mother's voice was barely a whisper. "But you're just." "Just what, Mom?" I found myself saying, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "Just a volunteer. Just playing around. Just not Alexandra." Dr. Harrison's voice boomed through the microphone. "Dr. Reeves, please join us on stage." Emma released my leg. "Go, Dr. Reeves. Go." I walked through the parting crowd, past colleagues who applauded, past board members who nodded approval, past my mother who stood frozen in a puddle of champagne and shattered assumptions. On stage, Dr. Harrison shook my hand warmly. "Ladies and gentlemen, at just 32, Dr. Natalie Reeves has performed over 500 successful surgeries, published 15 peer-reviewed papers, and established our hospital's revolutionary minimally invasive cardiac program. She's the youngest chief of surgery in the state's history." The applause was thunderous. Through the lights, I could see faces, my team beaming with pride, patients whose lives we touched, and there, near the back, my mother. Alexandra had materialized beside her, mouth open in shock. "Dr. Reeves," Dr. Harrison continued, "would you like to say a few words?" I took the microphone, my hands steady the way they were in surgery. "Thank you. This honor belongs to everyone at St. Mary's, to my incredible surgical team, to our nurses who are the real heroes, to our support staff who keep us running, and to our patients who trust us with their lives." I found Emma in the crowd, waving frantically. I became a doctor because I believe in second chances. Many of you know I started here as a volunteer at 16, right after my father died from a surgical complication that could have been prevented with better techniques. I vowed then to become the surgeon who could save the next father, the next mother, the next child. The room was silent now, hanging on every word. St. Mary's gave me that chance. They saw potential where others saw just a grieving teenager. They invested in me, and I've tried every day to pay that forward. The volunteer badge I still wear isn't about hiding. It's about remembering where I came from and why I'm here. I looked directly at my mother. I've learned that titles don't define us, actions do. Whether you're a volunteer, a nurse's aide, or a chief of surgery, what matters is the life you touch, the difference you make. To those who supported me, thank you. To those who doubted me, thank you too. You taught me that the only validation that matters comes from the patient who walks out of here alive." The applause erupted again. Dr. Harrison presented me with the award, a crystal caduceus that caught the light like surgical steel. As I left the stage, people pressed forward to congratulate me. But I moved purposefully toward one person. My mother stood exactly where I'd left her, champagne still glittering on her shoes. Alexandra beside her, for once without words. "Mom," I said quietly, "I'm sorry you had to find out this way." "How long?" Her voice was hoarse. "How long have you been?" "Chief, 6 months. But I've been a surgeon for 4 years. Finished my residency 2 years ago." "But you never said. You never asked." The words came out gentler than I intended. Every dinner, every call, it was always about Alex's cases, Alex's success. When I tried to tell you about my work, you changed the subject. I thought you were just volunteering, playing at being important. I know. I touched her shoulder. I know exactly what you thought. Alexandra finally spoke. "The Morrison case. You knew, didn't you? You knew I was wrong about that resident." I nodded. "I reviewed the surgery. Dr. Park saved that patient's life. The complication was unavoidable. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have listened? Or would you have accused me of being jealous of your success?" She had no answer to that. Natally. Emma rolled up in her wheelchair, her mother pushing quickly behind. "Are you going to do more speeches?" "No, sweetheart, I'm all done." "Good. Can you sit with us? Mommy says you're a hero, and I want everyone to see my hero." I looked at my mother, then at Emma's hopeful face. The choice was surprisingly easy. "I'd love to," I said, letting Emma take my hand. As she led me away, I heard my mother call out, "Natally, wait." I paused but didn't turn. "The gala ends at midnight, Mom. If you want to talk, really talk, not perform. I'll be in my office. 3rd floor, surgical wing. The one with chief of surgery on the door." The rest of the evening blurred past. Colleagues sharing stories my mother had never heard, patients thanking me for surgeries she never knew I performed, board members discussing research she never knew I conducted. I sat with Emma and her family, surrounded by the people who'd seen me for who I was all along. At 11:47, my office door knocked. Both my mother and Alexandra stood in the hallway, looking uncertain in a way I'd never seen. "May we come in?" Mom asked. I gestured to the chairs across from my desk. The walls were covered with degrees, certifications, and photos. Me with patients, with my surgical team, receiving awards. A whole life they'd never bothered to see. "I don't understand," Mom began. "Why hide this? Why let me think?" "I didn't hide anything. I just stopped trying to make you see me." I leaned back in my chair. "Do you know what you said when I told you I got into medical school? You asked if I was sure I could handle it, then spent 20 minutes talking about Alexandra passing the bar. I didn't mean. When I graduated summa cum laude, you missed it because Alex had a client dinner. When I got my residency match at St. Mary's, you said at least it was local and I could help with family events. When I performed my first solo surgery, you asked if I was ever going to do something meaningful with my life. Each word was another surgery, precise and necessary. I stopped telling you because you'd already decided my story. I was the daughter who couldn't measure up, who was just volunteering, who was wasting her potential. And maybe I let you believe it because it was easier than fighting for space in a narrative where I was always the footnote. Alexandra spoke up. "The volunteer badge. You wear it on purpose. It reminds me why I'm here. Not for recognition, not for titles, but for people like Emma. For the terrified families in waiting rooms. For the chance to turn someone's worst day into a second chance." "We failed you," my mother said quietly. "I failed you." "No," I corrected. "You failed to see me. There's a difference. I didn't need you to make me succeed. I did that myself. I needed you to witness it, to celebrate it, to see that both your daughters could shine without dimming the other." Silence settled over us like surgical drapes. Finally, Alexandra asked, "The Morrison case, will Dr. Park be okay? If you drop the suit, yes, he's a good surgeon who made the right call under pressure. The kind of surgeon you want operating on someone you love. I'll withdraw it Monday." I nodded, then looked at my mother. "I have surgery at 6 tomorrow. Removing a tumor everyone else said was inoperable. The patient is 12. Her parents have been sleeping in the hospital for a week. Will you save her? I'll do what I always do, everything possible. I stood the conversation nearing its end. You're welcome to wait in the family lounge. Surgery should take about 8 hours. Fair warning though, I'm just a volunteer. It might not be very impressive. A ghost of a smile crossed my mother's face. I think I've been impressed by the wrong things for a very long time. They left quietly, and I returned to the gala's final moments. Emma had fallen asleep in her wheelchair, clutching my award. Her mother smiled at me with tears in her eyes, the kind of tears I'd learned to recognize. Gratitude, relief, joy. The next morning, I scrubbed in for surgery to find the observation deck full. My team, some board members, and there, my mother and Alexandra, looking haggard but present. 8 hours later, I emerged victorious. The tumor was out, the patient stable. In the hallway, my mother waited with coffee and red eyes. I watched the whole thing, she said. I've never seen anything so terrifying and beautiful. That's surgery, I said, accepting the coffee, terror and beauty holding hands. That's you, she corrected, my daughter, the healer. I'm so sorry it took me this long to see it. I squeezed her hand, the same hand that had once pushed me toward invisibility now pulling me into the light. Better late than never, I said. That's what we say in medicine. As long as there's life, there's hope for healing. And for the first time in years, I believed that applied to more than just surgery.
I still remember the exact moment my marriage died. It wasn't when I caught him cheating or during some explosive fight. It was on a random Tuesday evening when my husband came home late, reeking of whiskey, and told me our dream home, the one we'd spent years planning, wasn't actually ours at all. My name is Vera, and this is how I learned that the two people I trusted most had been plotting behind my back for months. That morning had started like any other. I was in our temporary rental, sorting through paint swatches for the new house, while my morning coffee grew cold. The house was nearly complete. Our perfect 3-bedroom colonial, with the wraparound porch we'd first sketched on a diner napkin 3 years ago. "Earth to Vera!" Adrian had laughed that night at the diner, tapping my hand with his pen. "You're doing that dreamy thing again." "I can't help it," I'd replied, drawing little flowers along the porch railing in my sketch. "Just imagine drinking coffee out there every morning. Using your grandmother's inheritance for this place. It's perfect," he'd said, squeezing my hand. "She'd be so proud." Now, standing in our rental's kitchen, my phone buzzed with a text from Adrian's mother, Francesca. "Darling, I'm stopping by the house today to check on the contractors. Any requests?" I frowned. She'd been doing that a lot lately, showing up unannounced, making decisions about our home. When I mentioned it to Adrian, he'd dismiss it with, "Mom's just excited to help, babe. Don't be so sensitive." I called Adrian at work. "Your mother's going to the house again." "Oh?" His voice sounded strained. That's good. She knows about construction stuff." "Adrian, it's our house. We should be the ones." "Listen, I've got a meeting. We'll talk tonight, okay?" He hung up before I could respond. That evening I waited and waited. 9 o'clock came and went. Finally, at 10:30, I heard his key in the lock. He stumbled slightly entering the kitchen. "Where were you?" I asked, arms crossed. "Had drinks with Warren." He wouldn't meet my eyes. "Listen, we need to talk." My stomach dropped. "About?" "The house." He gripped the counter, still not looking at me. "There's something I need to tell you." "Adrian, you're scaring me." He took a deep breath. "The deed, it's not in our names. It's in Mom's name." The world tilted sideways. "What?" "It's for protection," he rushed to explain. "Mom suggested it, for tax purposes and family security." "Family security?" My voice sounded far away. "It's our house, Adrian, built with my inheritance money. Mom will add your name later, once everything's settled." "When did you do this?" He shifted uncomfortably. "Last month, when we finalized the paperwork." "Last month?" The room was spinning. "You've been lying to me for a month?" I wasn't lying. I just waited for the right time to tell you. While drinking with Warren? I laughed, but it came out more like a sob. Does your mother know you're telling me? His silence was answer enough. Get out, I whispered. Vera, please. Get out, I screamed, hurling my coffee mug at the wall. It shattered, leaving a dark stain that looked like blood. He fled to the guest room, and I spent the night curled up in our bed, my mind racing. How could he? How dare he? My grandmother's inheritance, nearly everything she'd left me, gone, stolen, and his mother. The next morning I heard a key in the front door. Francesca swept in like she owned the place, which apparently she did. Good morning, darling, she trilled, dropping a set of keys on the counter. I assume Adrian told you our little arrangement? It's all for the best, you know. We need to protect family assets. I stared at her perfectly coiffed hair, her expensive blazer, her predatory smile. Of course, she continued, you're welcome to stay in the new house, as long as you're respectful of our family's wishes. In that moment, something inside me hardened. I forced myself to smile, even as bile rose in my throat. Of course, Francesca, I said quietly. I understand completely. She patted my cheek condescendingly. I knew you would, dear. Now, about those horrible curtains you picked out. I let her prattle on, but I wasn't really listening. I was already planning. Because what Adrian and his mother didn't know was that I'd sensed something was wrong weeks ago, and I'd already started gathering evidence. They thought they could steal my dream. Instead, they'd created their worst nightmare. The first person I called was my sister Stella, not to cry, not to break down, but to confirm what I already knew. You were right about them, I said when she picked up, about everything. Oh, honey, she sighed. What did they do? I explained the situation, my voice surprisingly steady. When I finished, the line went quiet for so long, I thought we'd disconnected. I'm going to kill him, Stella finally said. Actually, no. First I'm going to kill that witch of a mother-in-law, then I'm going to kill him. No, I replied. I have a better idea. 2 weeks earlier, I'd noticed Adrian acting strange about the house paperwork. He'd hide documents when I walked into the room, take calls outside, have hushed conversations with his mother. So I'd made an appointment with Chelsea, a forensic accountant recommended by a friend. Now, sitting in Chelsea's office, I watched her flip through the preliminary findings. This is interesting, she said, tapping her pen against a document. Your husband's mother made several large transfers to an offshore account right around the time the house deed was filed. How large? Large enough to raise eyebrows. She looked up. And there's something else. The documentation claiming your inheritance money was a gift from Francesca. The dates don't match up with the actual transfers. I leaned forward. What do you mean? According to this, Francesca gifted the money for the house construction in January, but your inheritance wasn't transferred until March. They backdated the documentation. My hands shook as I took the paper. That's fraud, isn't it? Oh, honey, Chelsea smiled grimly. That's just the beginning. At home, Adrian was playing the concerned husband act perfectly. He'd bring me tea, ask about my day, act like everything was normal, like he hadn't just stolen my future. Maybe we should invite Mom over for dinner, he suggested one evening. Talk about the house situation? I forced a smile. Sure, why not? Francesca arrived the next night wearing an outfit that probably cost more than my car. She breezed past me into the kitchen, already talking about her plans for her house. The contractor agreed to change those awful bathroom tiles, she announced, and I've ordered new curtains. Without asking us? I said quietly. She turned, eyes sharp despite her smile. Darling, I know you're upset about the arrangement, but really, you're being quite dramatic. It's still your home. You just need to understand that certain decisions need to be made by the actual owner. Adrian shifted uncomfortably. Mom, maybe we should... No, I interrupted, maintaining my calm. Francesca's right. She owns the house. She should make the decisions. I paused. Just like she owned that money that built it, right? Something flickered across her face. Exactly. Interesting. I sipped my wine. Because I have documentation showing that money came from my grandmother's inheritance, after the date you claimed to have gifted it. The room went very still. I don't know what you're implying, Francesca said coldly. I'm not implying anything. I'm stating facts. Facts that my forensic accountant found very interesting. Adrian's face went pale. You hired an accountant? Weeks ago. I smiled. I also hired a lawyer. Would you like to know what they found in those offshore accounts, Francesca? She stood abruptly, grabbing her purse. I don't have to listen to these accusations. Adrian, we're leaving. Running already? I called after them. But we haven't even discussed the falsified gift documentation yet. The door slammed behind them. I waited until I heard their cars pull away, then pulled out my phone and dialed. Chris, it's Vera. They took the bait. Time to file those papers. My lawyer's voice was satisfied. Everything's ready, but are you sure you want to go this route? It's going to get ugly. I thought about Francesca's smug face, about Adrian's betrayal, about my grandmother's money being used to steal my dream home. Good, I said. I'm counting on it. Later that night, I found a document Adrian had left on his desk, probably in his hurry to flee with his mother. It was a statement clearly showing my inheritance being transferred into the house account. Next to it was a backdated document claiming the money came from Francesca. My hands didn't shake this time as I took photos of both papers. Instead, I felt a cold clarity washing over me. They thought they were so clever, so careful with their schemes and manipulations. They had no idea what was coming. The next few weeks were a masterclass in psychological warfare. Francesca showed up at our rental almost daily, always with that poisonous smile plastered on her face. Darling, I've decided to host the neighborhood association meeting at the new house next month, she announced one morning, strutting into my kitchen uninvited. I didn't look up from my laptop. Really? How nice. I thought we could showcase the renovations I'm planning. She emphasized the I'm while watching my reaction. The current design is a bit pedestrian. Pedestrian? I kept my voice neutral, even as my fingers tightened on my coffee mug. The design one from Architectural Digest seems to disagree. Her smile flickered. She hadn't known about that. Well, dear, that was before. Now we need something more refined. She placed a designer catalog on my counter. I've marked some suggestions. I heard Adrian's car pull up outside. Perfect timing. Actually, I said, standing slowly, I've made some changes of my own. Francesca's eyes narrowed. What changes? Adrian walked in, freezing when he saw us both. I've invited some people to tour the house tomorrow, I continued cheerfully. The forensic accountant, my lawyer, and, oh yes, someone from the IRS fraud division. They're very interested in those offshore accounts. The color drained from both their faces. You're bluffing, Francesca snapped. I pulled out my phone, showing them the email confirmation. Meeting's at 10. You should join us, Francesca. After all, it is your house. Later that evening, I was in the home office when I overheard Adrian on the phone in the next room. Mom, she's not bluffing. No, I don't know how much she knows. Yes, I understand we need to move faster. I crept closer to the door. The custody thing? Are you sure that's necessary? I know she's been unstable lately, but yes, I remember the plan. Fine, I'll call Warren tomorrow about the documentation. My blood ran cold. They were planning to declare me unstable? To take custody of what? We didn't have children unless... My hand flew to my stomach. I'd been planning to tell Adrian about the pregnancy this weekend. Now that news would stay buried until I figured out their game. My phone buzzed. Chelsea, the accountant. Vera, you need to see this. I found something in Warren's company records. There's a pattern of transfers between his accounts and your mother-in-law's offshore holdings. But here's the kicker. They're labeled as consulting fees for dates before the company even existed. Money laundering? Looks like it. And guess who signed off on all the transfers? Adrian, I whispered. Bingo. Your husband's been helping Mommy Dearest hide money for years. Want to bet some of it came from your inheritance? I ended the call just as Adrian walked in. Who was that? He asked too casually. Just Stella. I forced a yawn. I think I'll turn in early. Vera? He reached for my hand. Can't we talk about this? Mom's just trying to protect our future. I pulled away. Like you're protecting my mental health records? He flinched. What? I heard you on the phone, planning to declare me unstable, Adrian? Take custody of something? It's not... You don't understand. Oh, I understand perfectly. I walked to the door, then turned back. By the way, Warren might want to check his financial records. The IRS tends to frown on backdated consulting fees. His face went from pale to gray. How did you... Sleep well, darling, I said, using Francesca's sickly sweet tone. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. In bed that night, I placed a hand over my still flat stomach. Don't worry, little one, I whispered. Mommy's going to fix this before you arrive. They thought they could take everything from us, but they have no idea who they're dealing with. My phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. This is Eliana, Adrian's cousin. Stella gave me your number. I heard what they're doing to you. It's not the first time. We need to talk. I sat up, fully awake now. Eliana, the cousin Francesca had banished from family gatherings years ago, the one no one was allowed to mention. When and where? I texted back. The response came immediately. Tomorrow, 8 a.m., Riverside Cafe. I have documents you need to see. And Vera? Be careful. They destroyed my mother. Don't let them destroy you too. I turned off my phone and lay back down, listening to Adrian's guilty tossing and turning in the guest room. Tomorrow would change everything. And I was ready. Eliana looked exactly like the photos Adrian had hidden away. Same dark curls, same sharp green eyes that ran in his family. She was already waiting at Riverside Cafe when I arrived, a thick manila envelope on the table. You look better than I expected, she said as I sat down. When Mom faced off against Francesca, she was a wreck by this point. I'm not your mom, I replied, and I'm not going to let them win. She smiled grimly. No, you're not. That's why I'm here. She pushed the envelope across the table. This is everything they did to my mother. The playbook hasn't changed much. I opened the envelope and started reading. Property theft, gaslighting, manufactured mental health crises. It was all there, documented in faded papers and old legal notices. Your mother was married to Adrian's uncle? Eliana nodded, until Francesca decided she wasn't family material. Sound familiar? How did she do it? Same way she's doing it to you. First, she convinced my uncle that Mom was unstable. Then came the protective financial measures. Before Mom knew it, everything was in Francesca's name. Eliana's hands shook slightly. Mom had a breakdown, a real one, not the fake one Francesca orchestrated. She never recovered. I'm sorry, I said softly. Don't be sorry, be smart. She pulled out another document. This is what you really need to see. It's the family trust documentation, the one Adrian was never supposed to touch. I scanned the papers, my eyes widening. He used trust money for the house construction. Against explicit terms. That money was meant for his father's retirement. Liam doesn't even know it's gone. My phone buzzed, a text from Adrian. Where are you? We need to talk about yesterday. I ignored it. There's more, Eliana continued. Francesca's been moving money around for years. The offshore accounts? They're just the tip of the iceberg. She's been stealing from her own family for decades. Why are you helping me? Because someone needs to stop her. And you... She smiled. You might actually be capable of doing it. My phone buzzed again, this time from my lawyer, Chris. Vera, check your email, now. I pulled up my email to find a forwarded letter from Francesca's lawyer. My blood ran cold as I read it. They're claiming I'm mentally unstable, I said, showing Eliana. They're building a case for conservatorship. Of course they are. Eliana wasn't surprised. Let me guess, they're also hinting at possible infidelity? I nodded, reading further. They're saying I've been erratic and paranoid. Classic Francesca. She did the same to Mom, claimed she was having affairs, was mentally unfit, even planted evidence. Evidence? Fake hotel receipts, mysterious phone calls, staged photos. Be careful where you go, Vera. They're probably having you followed. As if on cue, I spotted Warren, Adrian's business partner, sitting 2 tables away, pretending to read a newspaper. Don't react, I whispered to Eliana. Warren's here. She didn't turn around. Good. Let him watch. Let him report back. It'll make what comes next even sweeter. What comes next? She pulled out one final document. This is a copy of every transaction between Warren's company and Francesca's accounts, including the ones they used your inheritance money for. My contact at the bank pulled these last night. I stared at the numbers. This is massive fraud. Yes, and now you have proof. She stood up. Use it wisely, Vera, and watch your back. After she left, I sat there pretending to finish my coffee, aware of Warren still watching. My phone buzzed one more time. Francesca. Darling, I just heard the most disturbing rumor about you meeting with that troubled niece of mine. I do hope you're not letting her fill your head with lies. For your own good, perhaps we should discuss having you take a little rest. Somewhere quiet. I looked directly at Warren and smiled, raising my coffee cup in his direction. He quickly looked away. Thank you for your concern, I texted back to Francesca, but I'm exactly where I need to be. By the way, how's the IRS audit coming along? No response. Walking to my car, I called Chelsea. I need you to look into something, I said. A family trust that was drained without authorization, and I need to know exactly how much of my inheritance money ended up in Warren's company accounts. Already on it, she replied. And Vera? The IRS agent called. They're very interested in those offshore transfers. I smiled, starting my car. Perfect. Let's show them what happens when you try to bury someone who was born to bloom. Time to put on the performance of my life. I packed a small bag, left a tearful voicemail for Adrian about needing space to think, and checked into a small motel on the outskirts of town. Let them think I was having my predicted breakdown. In reality, I was working from a makeshift command center, surrounded by documents and laptops. Chris, my lawyer, sat across from me reviewing paperwork while Chelsea worked the numbers. They're getting sloppy, Chelsea said, highlighting another transaction. Look at this. They didn't even try to hide these transfers anymore. Francesca moved almost $500,000 through Warren's company last month alone. Using the house as collateral, Chris added. They're planning something big. My phone lit up with another concerned text from Adrian. Baby, please come home. We're all worried about you. Mom says she knows a great therapist. They're pushing the mental health angle hard, I said, showing them the message. Time to push back? Chris nodded. The paperwork's ready. One word from you, and I file everything. I took a deep breath. Do it. While Chris made the calls, I got an unexpected visitor, Gemma, our nosy neighbor from across the street from the new house. Vera, thank goodness I found you. She burst into the motel room, clutching her designer purse. You'll never believe what I saw last night. Gemma, how did you... Your sister told me where to find you. Listen, I was walking Precious, you know, my Pomeranian, and I saw Francesca at the house at midnight. She was in the home office, copying documents and shredding others, lots of others. Chelsea and Chris exchanged looks. Did you see what kind of documents? Chris asked carefully. Better. Gemma reached into her purse. I took pictures through the window, and this morning I went through their trash, don't judge me, and found these. She dumped a handful of shredded papers on the table. Gemma, I said slowly, I could kiss you right now. Chelsea was already examining the shreds. These are bank statements, and is that a trust document? They're panicking, Chris said, making mistakes. My phone buzzed again, this time from a restricted number. The voicemail was from Liam, Adrian's father. Vera? I just found out what they did with my retirement trust. Adrian and his mother, they've gone too far. I want to help. Call me. Things were unraveling faster than I'd expected. I dialed Chris's office. Janet, send that injunction now. Yes, all of it. And call the press. Within hours, the story broke. Local news first, then regional. Prominent family accused of multi-million-dollar fraud scheme. The photos of Francesca shredding documents made the front page. Adrian showed up at the motel that evening, pounding on my door. Vera, open up! What have you done? I opened the door but blocked the entrance. Me? I think you mean what have you done, Adrian? The press is camping outside our house. Mom's getting death threats. They're saying we stole from Dad's retirement. Didn't you? He deflated slightly. It's not that simple. Actually, it is. I handed him a copy of the legal filing. Fraud is fraud. Theft is theft. And karma? Well, karma's a bitch. Please, he whispered. We can fix this. Together. I'll make Mom put the house in your name. That's not going to work this time. I placed a hand on my stomach. I'm not just protecting myself anymore. His eyes widened as he understood. You're pregnant? Yes, and there's no way in hell I'm letting that child anywhere near your toxic family. But, Mr. Horton? Two men in suits approached. We're with the FBI's Financial Crimes Division. We need you to come with us. I watched them lead him away, then called Francesca. Your son just left with the FBI, I said when she answered. They're probably heading to your house next. Better shred faster. You vindictive little... Oh, and Francesca, remember when you said I needed to be respectful to stay in the house? Turns out respect has to be earned, and you've earned exactly what's coming to you. I hung up and turned to Chris and Chelsea. What's next? Now? Chris smiled. Now we go for the kill. Chelsea held up the reconstructed documents from Gemma's trash run. And we've got all the ammunition we need. I looked at the growing media circus outside the motel and felt a fierce satisfaction. They thought they could break me. Instead, they broke themselves. The courthouse steps were packed with reporters when we arrived for the emergency hearing. Francesca stood at the top, playing the role of dignified victim perfectly in her designer suit and pearls. This is all a terrible misunderstanding, Shaw, she was telling a reporter. My daughter-in-law is troubled, and we've only tried to help. Is that why you forged documents? I called out, climbing the steps. To help? The reporters swung their cameras toward me. Francesca's practiced smile faltered. Vera, darling, you're looking better. Her eyes narrowed at my professional attire and calm demeanor. This wasn't the breakdown she'd been counting on. Amazing what happens when you stop gaslighting someone, I replied, loudly enough for the microphones to catch. Inside, Adrian sat with his lawyer, looking shell-shocked. Warren was there too, handcuffed and accompanied by federal agents. He'd cracked during questioning, spilling everything about the money laundering scheme. Mrs. Horton, the judge addressed Francesca. These allegations are extremely serious. Financial fraud, document forgery, misappropriation of trust funds? Your Honor, Francesca's lawyer interrupted. My client was merely protecting family assets. By stealing them? Chris stood up. We have documented evidence of Mrs. Horton transferring my client's inheritance money through multiple shell companies, ultimately using it to fund illegal operations through Mr. Wade's business. That's a lie, Francesca snapped. Actually, a new voice called from the back of the courtroom, it's not. Everyone turned. Liam walked in, looking older than his years. "Dad?" Adrian whispered. "Your Honor," Liam said, approaching the bench. "I'd like to testify about what my wife and son did with my retirement trust." Francesca went pale. "Liam, don't you dare!" "I'm done protecting you," he cut her off. "You stole my retirement. You destroyed my relationship with my sister's family. And now this?" He gestured at the documentation. "It ends today." The next hour was devastating. Liam detailed years of financial manipulation. Adrian slumped lower with each revelation. Francesca's perfect mask cracked completely. "And there's more," Chelsea announced, standing. "We've traced Mrs. Horton's offshore accounts. The money trail shows systematic theft going back decades." "These are private family matters," Francesca shrieked. "Tax evasion isn't private," an IRS agent commented from his seat. The judge had seen enough. "This court grants an immediate injunction freezing all assets pending criminal investigation. The property in question will be returned to Mrs. Vera." "Wait," I stood up. "Before you rule, there's something else." I walked to Adrian, placing a document in front of him. "What's this?" he asked. "Divorce papers and a paternity acknowledgement." His head snapped up. "The baby is yours, and I'm making sure you sign away any custody rights before these criminal charges make you lose them anyway. Vera, please. Sign, Adrian, or I'll add your secret account in the Caymans to the investigation." His hand shook as he picked up the pen. Francesca lunged forward. "Don't you dare sign that. We can still—" "Mrs. Horton," the judge barked, "sit down or I'll have you removed." Adrian signed. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. "One more thing," I said, turning to Francesca. "Check your email." She pulled out her phone, face contorting as she read. "You leaked our private correspondence to the press?" she hissed. "Just the emails where you mocked my stupidity while planning to steal my house and child." I smiled. "The public loves a good villain, Francesca. Congratulations, you're trending." The judge's gavel came down hard. "Enough! Property rights are hereby restored to Vera. Criminal investigations will proceed. And Mrs. Horton, you'll surrender your passport before leaving this courthouse." Outside, reporters swarmed again. This time, I was ready. "Yes, my mother-in-law stole my inheritance and house," I told them. "Yes, my husband helped her. And yes, I'm pressing full charges, because financial abuse is still abuse. And it's time someone stood up to wealthy people who think they can steal with impunity." Stella appeared at my side, linking her arm through mine. "Ready to go home, sis?" I looked back at Adrian and Francesca, surrounded by federal agents and reporters, their carefully constructed world crumbling. "Actually," I said, "I think I'll build a new home, one without their shadows in it." As we walked away, my phone buzzed with messages of support from other victims of Francesca's schemes over the years. Each one confirmed what I already knew. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just winning, it's making sure they lose everything they valued most: their reputation, their freedom, and their power to hurt anyone else. The final hearing fell on a crisp autumn morning, exactly 6 months after I'd discovered their betrayal. My baby bump was now visible under my court suit, a silent reminder of everything at stake. The courtroom was packed, not just with reporters, but with other victims who'd come forward after the story broke. Women Francesca had swindled, families she'd torn apart, all here to watch her fall. "All rise," the bailiff called. Francesca and Adrian were led in wearing orange jumpsuits, a far cry from their designer clothes. Warren had already taken a plea deal, turning state's evidence against them both. "Before we proceed," the judge began, "does anyone wish to make a statement?" I stood, one hand on my stomach. "I do, Your Honor." Walking to the podium, I faced them directly for the first time in months. Adrian couldn't meet my eyes. Francesca glared with undisguised hatred. "6 months ago, I thought I'd lost everything," I began. "My home, my marriage, my inheritance. But what you really tried to steal was my dignity, my sense of self." I pulled out the old napkin sketch of our dream home. This was drawn the night Adrian promised to build a life with me, a promise that meant nothing compared to his mother's control. Turning to the judge, I continued, "The prosecution has proven the financial crimes, the fraud, the theft, the money laundering, but the real crime was the psychological warfare they waged. They tried to convince me I was crazy, unstable, unworthy." "Lies!" Francesca interrupted. "You vindictive little—" "Mrs. Horton," the judge warned, "one more outburst and you'll be removed." I held up the forensic accounting reports. "The evidence shows they stole $3 million from me, but they also stole from Adrian's father, from his cousin Eliana's family, from countless others, each theft wrapped in a web of manipulation and gaslighting." Liam stood up from the gallery. "She's right, Your Honor. My wife and son destroyed our entire family for money. Money they used to fund illegal real estate schemes," Chelsea added, approaching with more documents. "We've uncovered 12 separate fraud operations spanning 2 decades. Adrian finally spoke, his voice broken. "Mom, what did you make me do?" Francesca whirled on him. "Ungrateful child, everything I did was for you." "No," he replied quietly. "Everything you did was for control." The judge cleared his throat. "Given the evidence presented and the defendant's lack of remorse, I'm ready to pronounce sentence." The room held its breath. "Francesca Horton, this court sentences you to 15 years in federal prison. Adrian Horton, given your cooperation and secondary role, 8 years. Francesca lunged forward. "You can't do this to me. Do you know who I am?" "A thief," I said clearly, "a manipulator, and now a convicted felon." As they were led away, Adrian caught my arm. "Vera, the baby—" "We'll never know you," I finished. "That's the real sentence, Adrian. Knowing your child will grow up learning exactly who you chose to be." Outside, reporters clamored for statements. Eliana appeared beside me, linking her arm through mine. "Mom would be proud," she said. "You did what she couldn't." "We all did," I replied, gesturing to the other victims. Together, Chris approached with final papers. "The house is officially yours again, and the restitution payments will begin next month." "Sell it," I said. "Split the money between the victims' fund and my baby's future." "And what about you?" Stella asked, joining us. "Where will you live?" I smiled, pulling out a new sketch. "I'm building again, a smaller house, but with a bigger heart. No shadows, no lies, just love." Later that evening, I visited Adrian one last time in custody. He looked small behind the glass. "I never meant," he began. "Save it," I cut him off. "I'm not here for apologies. I'm here to show you something." I held up the ultrasound picture. "A girl. She'll have your eyes, probably, but she'll have my strength, and she'll know that her mother fought back against people who tried to break her." "Please," he whispered, "don't keep her from me." "You did that yourself, Adrian. Every time you chose your mother's schemes over our marriage, every time you helped steal from innocent people, every time you tried to make me doubt my sanity." I stood, gathering my things. "The divorce is final. The restraining order is permanent. This is goodbye." "Vera," his voice cracked, "I did love you." "No," I replied. "You loved the idea of me. The quiet wife who wouldn't question your mother's control. But that woman never existed. And the real me? She's done being anyone's victim." Walking out into the sunset, I felt my daughter kick. "It's okay, little one," I whispered. "We're going home, our real home, the one we'll build together." The moving truck pulled away, leaving me alone in my new driveway. The house was smaller than the one Francesca stole, but every inch of it was mine, built with the restitution money, designed with love instead of lies. My phone buzzed, a news alert. "Francesca Horton denied appeal." I smiled, deleting it without reading further. She wasn't worth my attention anymore. "Need help unpacking?" Stella called, walking up with a box of pictures. "Though honestly, I'm more interested in helping you drink that wine I brought." Can't drink, I reminded her, patting my now prominent belly. But I'll watch you enjoy it. Inside, the afternoon sun streamed through windows I'd specifically designed to catch the light. No dark corners, no shadows. The walls were already filled with photos, not of the past, but of the future I was building. Mail came, Stella said, handing me an envelope. From Liam. I opened it carefully. Inside was a trust document and a letter. Dear Vera, I've spent my life watching Francesca destroy people. I helped her do it through action or inaction. This trust is for my granddaughter, not to make amends, but to ensure she never wants for anything. Use it to teach her what I failed to teach Adrian, that integrity matters more than money. Now, well, Stella asked. He set up a college fund. I placed the papers in my desk. And he's right, she'll learn about integrity, starting with this. I pulled out the old napkin sketch of the first house, now framed alongside the new house's plans. Different dreams, same determination. The doorbell rang. Eliana stood there with Chelsea and Chris, arms full of housewarming gifts. We come bearing presents and news, Chelsea announced. Warren's testimony led them to 3 more of Francesca's hidden accounts. The victims' fund just grew by $2 million. Good, I said. More families can rebuild. Speaking of rebuilding, Chris added, Adrian's requesting another meeting? No, my voice was firm. He made his choices. Actually, Eliana interjected, he's asking to sign away any future claims to custody, voluntarily. Says he doesn't want his daughter to ever feel manipulated like he was. I touched my stomach, feeling a kick. Maybe Adrian had learned something after all. A car pulled up outside. Gemma, our star witness, still proudly nosy after all these months. You'll never guess what I heard, she called out, hurrying up the drive. Francesca's cellmate is that CEO she tried to swindle last year. Karma's got a sense of humor. We all laughed, moving to the kitchen where Stella was already opening wine for those who could drink it. The conversation flowed easily, punctuated by plans and possibilities instead of schemes and secrets. Oh, I suddenly exclaimed, grabbing Stella's hand and placing it on my belly. Feel that? She's dancing. Strong kicks, Stella grinned, just like her mama. Speaking of strong, Chelsea said, raising her glass, a toast to Vera, who showed us all that the best revenge isn't just winning, it's thriving. And to new beginnings, Eliana added, built on truth this time. I looked around at these women who'd become my real family, the sister who never doubted me, the cousin-in-law who risked everything to help, the professionals who became friends, even nosy Gemma, whose midnight photos helped crack the case. The doorbell rang again. This time it was a delivery, a small package from my grandmother's old address. Inside was her journal, sent by a neighbor who'd found it during renovations. I opened it to the last entry. My dearest Vera, I'm leaving you more than money. I'm leaving you my strength. Use it wisely, build something beautiful, and never let anyone make you feel small. All my love, Grandma Rose. Tears pricked my eyes as I felt another kick. Your great-grandma was right, I whispered to my bump. We are strong, and we're going to build something beautiful together. What are you going to name her? Gemma asked. I smiled, looking at the framed napkin sketch. Rose, for the grandmother who gave me the means to build my first dream and the strength to build a better one. The setting sun painted the walls gold, warming the space we'd filled with laughter and truth. This house wasn't just a building, it was a statement, a declaration that sometimes losing everything means finding yourself. To Rose, my friends chorused, raising their glasses, and to Karma, I added softly, touching the journal. May it always find its way home. Outside, the garden I'd planted was already showing green shoots, like me, like little Rose, like all of us, growing stronger in the light, refusing to be buried in anyone's shadows. This was more than a happy ending. It was a new beginning, and this time We were writing our own story.
The dust motes dance in the afternoon light as I fold another cardigan and add it to Mum's drawer. 4 years of this routine, and I still can't bring myself to reorganize her closet. Every sweater, every scarf holds memories of who she was before the illness took over, before I became her full-time nurse at 18. My name is Harmony, and I gave up my spot at university to care for my dying mother. Not that I had much choice. My brother Carson was finding himself somewhere in Southeast Asia, and someone had to step up. The familiar beeping of medical equipment downstairs provides a steady rhythm to my movements as I continue organizing. Mum's sleeping now, finally peaceful after a rough morning. These quiet moments are when I allow myself to remember who I used to be. My hand brushes against a worn shoebox pushed to the back of the closet shelf. Inside, beneath old photos and birthday cards, I find it. My university acceptance letter. The paper is crisp, preserved like a pressed flower. Dear Ms. Whitney, we are pleased to offer you admission. The sharp buzz of my phone breaks the silence. Unknown international number. Heard Mum's sick. What's the plan for the house? My stomach drops. After 8 months of silence, this is what Carson leads with. Not, how is she? Or, I'm sorry I haven't called. The house, always about the assets with him. I'm still staring at the message when Zariah calls. My best friend has an uncanny ability to sense when I'm spiraling. How's she doing today? Zariah asks, her voice warm with genuine concern. Same as yesterday. Dr. Stevens adjusted her pain meds again. I sink onto the edge of my bed. Guess who just texted? No way. Carson? Bingo. Asking about the house, of all things. That entitled piece of... Zariah catches herself. What are you going to say? Nothing yet. I'm too angry to respond. I glance at the acceptance letter still in my hand. Remember when we were supposed to be roommates? Living the college dream? Hey, don't do that to yourself, Zariah says firmly. You made the choice you had to make. Did I? Sometimes I wonder if I'm just the family doormat, the reliable one, the one who, a crash from downstairs cuts me off. Mom, I call out, already running. I have to go, Z. I find Mom on the floor beside her bed, IV stand toppled next to her. I just wanted water, she whispers as I help her up. Her body feels lighter than ever, bird bones wrapped in paper-thin skin. You should have called me, I say, settling her back into bed. That's what the bell is for. She squeezes my hand weakly. You do too much already, sweetheart. That's what daughters are for, right? The words taste bitter, but I force a smile. No. Her voice is suddenly sharp, more alert than she's been in days. That's what family is for. All family. Her eyes meet mine, and for a moment I see a flash of the librarian she used to be, the woman who could silence a room with a look. Carson texted today, I tell her, adjusting her blankets, about the house. Something passes across her face. Not surprise, exactly. More like confirmation. Did he now? She reaches for her water glass with trembling hands. Help me sit up, dear. There's something we need to discuss. But before she can continue, a coughing fit takes over. By the time it passes, she's exhausted, drifting back to sleep. I watch her breathing even out, wondering what she wanted to tell me. My phone buzzes again. Another message from Carson. Should probably start thinking about arrangements. Realtor friend of mine specializes in quick sales. The rage I've been suppressing for years rises like bile. I type out and delete 3 different responses before settling on silence. Let him think I'm the same pushover I've always been. I return to Mum's closet, but instead of continuing to organize, I sit on the floor and finally open the envelope I've been avoiding. Inside is a letter I wrote to myself 4 years ago, the night I decided to stay. Dear future me, I hope you don't hate me for this choice, but Mom needs us. And maybe someday, someone will remember we were the one who stayed. A tear splashes onto the paper, smudging the ink. I fold it carefully and tuck it away with the acceptance letter, then pull out my phone and finally respond to Carson. Mum's still alive. Maybe visit her before planning the estate sale. I hit send and turn my phone off, knowing he won't reply. He never does. But for the first time in years, I don't feel like the powerless one. Mom wanted to tell me something about the house, and whatever it is, I have a feeling Carson won't like it. The medical equipment beeps steadily downstairs, marking time like a metronome. I close the closet door and head back to my duties, but something has shifted. The dust motes still dance in the light, but now they look less like decay and more like stars waiting to align. Mom died on a Tuesday. By Wednesday afternoon, Carson had materialized at the funeral home, designer sunglasses perched on his head, reeking of expensive cologne and fake grief. Such a tragedy, he said to everyone who would listen, as if he hadn't been absent for the entire illness. Mom meant everything to me. I stood in the corner of the funeral parlor, watching him work the room like a politician. Every head pat, every sympathetic nod made my skin crawl. Zariah kept a steady hand on my arm, grounding me. "Did you see his Instagram?" she whispered. "He was parasailing in Bali 3 days ago." "Of course he was." I smoothed my black dress, the only one I owned. "Watch this. He hasn't asked me a single question about her final days." Right on cue, Carson approached with a small group of relatives in tow. "Little sis," he said, pulling me into a hug I didn't want. "You look exhausted. Being a caregiver must have been challenging." It was. I stepped back. "She asked about you, you know, near the end." His smile flickered for just a second. "I'm sure she understood I couldn't get away. My work in Asia was... backpacking through hostels is work now." An awkward silence fell over the group. Carson recovered quickly, turning to our great-aunt Martha. "Speaking of work, I've been thinking about the house. It's far too big for one person, and the market is excellent right now." "The house?" I interrupted. "Mom's not even in the ground yet." "Just being practical, sis. Someone has to be." He patted my shoulder condescendingly. "You did what daughters are supposed to do. Now let Big Brother handle the business side." Zariah's grip on my arm tightened. I could feel her willing me not to cause a scene. "Mr. Sanders is handling everything," I said instead, referring to our family solicitor. "Mom made sure of that." "Remington?" Carson laughed. "That old fossil? We need someone more... current." The repast was worse. Carson had somehow convinced everyone to gather at Mum's house, our house, and was giving tours like a real estate agent. "The kitchen was recently renovated," I heard him telling Cousin Rachel. "Great potential for an open concept if you take down this wall." I escaped to the kitchen, where Aunt Vivienne was arranging casseroles. She'd been distant from the family for years, but something had brought her back for the funeral. "Your brother's quite the performer," she said, eyeing Carson through the doorway. "He's always been good at playing whatever role gets him what he wants." Vivian paused, studying me. "Your mother wasn't as naive as he thinks." Before I could ask what she meant, Carson's voice carried from the living room. "I'm thinking we could list by next week. Clear everything out this weekend." "Like hell," I muttered, starting toward the door, but Vivienne caught my arm. "Wait," she said quietly. "Let him show his hand first." I forced myself to stay put, listening as Carson continued his sales pitch to the gathered relatives. "Of course, we'll keep the important family pieces. The rest can go to charity. Mom would have wanted that." "Actually," I called out, finally entering the room, "Mum was very specific about what she wanted. She left instructions. With old Remington, yes, you mentioned that." Carson waved dismissively. But as the eldest, I think— You think what? I stepped closer. That 4 years of radio silence gives you the right to sweep in and take over? That your biology degree you never finished trumps Mom's actual wishes? The room went silent. Even the casserole-bearing neighbors stopped their quiet conversations to watch. "Harmony," Carson said, his voice dangerously soft. "Maybe we should discuss this privately." "Why?" "You seem comfortable enough discussing the sale of our home with complete strangers." His perfect mask slipped for just a moment, revealing something ugly underneath. But then he smiled, all charm again. "You're upset, I understand. Grief affects us all differently." "Don't you dare." "Everyone," he announced to the room. "My sister is obviously overwhelmed. Perhaps we should wrap things up for today." People began gathering their coats, murmuring sympathetically. At me, not for me. I stood frozen as Carson played the gracious host, thanking everyone for coming, promising to be in touch about the estate sale. After the last guest left, he turned to me. "That was unnecessary. Get out." "It's my house too, sis." He headed for the stairs. "I'll take Mom's room. You can keep yours until we sort things out." I watched him climb the stairs, my nails digging crescents into my palms. Through the kitchen door, I caught Vivienne's eye. She gave me a small nod, then pulled out her phone and stepped outside. Later that night, I heard Carson on the phone. "Yeah, we can do a viewing tomorrow." "No, my sister won't be a problem. Just a matter of paperwork." I pulled out my own phone and texted Remington. "When can we meet? It's about Mum's will." His response came immediately. "First thing tomorrow. Your mother left very specific instructions about this situation." For the first time since the funeral, I smiled. I woke to the smell of coffee and voices downstairs. For a moment I forgot. Thought it was Mom talking to one of her nurses. Then reality crashed back in. "Sign here," I heard Carson saying, "and initial here." I threw on clothes and rushed downstairs to find Carson at the kitchen table with a man in a suit. Papers were spread everywhere, including over Mum's favorite placemat. "Morning, sis." Carson's cheerfulness felt like sandpaper on my skin. "This is Marcus from Capital Real Estate. We're just handling some preliminary paperwork." "Preliminary paperwork for what?" I grabbed the nearest document. "Property transfer forms." "Now don't get emotional," Carson said, reaching for the paper. "This is just standard procedure. The house needs to be sold, and as co-owners—" "Co-owners?" I pulled the form away from his grasp. "Since when?" Marcus cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Perhaps I should give you siblings a moment." "No, stay," Carson insisted. "My sister's just being difficult. Show her the ownership documents." Marcus pulled out more papers. "According to these records, both you and your brother are listed as inheriting the property jointly." "That's impossible." My voice shook. "Mom never said anything about—" "Because Mom knew you'd react like this." Carson stood, towering over me. "Look, I'm trying to be nice about this. You have a week to pack your things and find somewhere else to live. That's generous." "Generous?" The word came out as a whisper. "I spent 4 years taking care of her while you were off living your best life, and you think giving me a week to leave my home is generous?" "Your home?" Carson laughed. "This stopped being your home the moment you turned it into a hospital ward. Do you think anyone wants to buy a house that smells like death?" Marcus stood abruptly. "I should go." "No, please," I said, finding my voice. "I'd love to know how my brother got these documents showing joint ownership when our mother's will hasn't even been read yet." The realtor looked between us, realization dawning on his face. "The will hasn't been—" "Mr. Whitney, you assured me all legal matters were settled." "They will be," Carson said smoothly. "It's just a formality." "I'm calling Remington," I said, pulling out my phone. "That won't be necessary." Carson snatched the phone from my hand. Stop making this harder than it needs to be. Tears burned in my eyes, not sad tears, but angry ones. Give me my phone. Or what? You'll cry about it? That's all you do lately, isn't it? Cry and play the victim. He tossed my phone onto the couch. Face it, Harmony. You're not equipped to handle this. Go back to your little caregiver life and let me handle the real decisions. Something snapped inside me. 4 years of suppressed rage bubbled to the surface. I grabbed Mum's favorite coffee mug, the one with "World's Best Mom" that Carson had sent as a guilt gift to last Christmas, and hurled it at the wall. The crash silenced everyone. "I'm calling the police," Marcus said, gathering his papers hastily. No need. I was eerily calm now. "I'm going to see Remington Sanders right now, and when I come back, if there's a single paper signed or a single item moved, I'll have him file every legal complaint possible." "You can't," Carson started. "I can. Because unlike you, I was here. I know every medical bill, every insurance claim, every legal document Mom signed in the past 4 years. I know exactly what she wanted." I grabbed my phone from the couch. "And I know she never said we were co-owners of anything." "You're delusional," Carson spat. "You spent so long playing nurse that you actually think you're special. Newsflash. You did what any daughter would do." "Mr. Whitney," Marcus interrupted. "I'm withdrawing my services. Call me when you have proper documentation of ownership." He practically ran from the house. I turned to follow him out, but Carson grabbed my arm. "Where do you think you're going?" "To see Remington." I yanked free. "And when I get back, you better be gone." "Or what?" "Or I'll show everyone the texts you sent Mom when she begged you to come home. The ones where you said her cancer was inconvenient for your travel plans." His face went white. "You're bluffing." "Try me." I headed for the door, then turned back. "Oh, and Carson? Mom saw right through you, right to the end." I drove to Remington's office with shaking hands, tears finally falling freely. When his secretary showed me in, he took one look at my face and sighed. "He's trying to sell the house, isn't he?" I nodded, wiping my eyes. "Your mother left very specific instructions," Remington said, pulling out a thick file. "I think you'll want to sit down for this." "Before we discuss the will," Remington said, adjusting his glasses, "there's something you should know. Your mother came to see me 6 months ago when her condition worsened." He slid a DVD across his desk. "She recorded this message. Said it was for when the storm comes." My throat tightened. That sounds like Mom, always speaking in metaphors. "She was quite lucid that day," he continued, "particularly about Carson." A memory surfaced. Mom sitting in her garden 3 months ago, surprisingly alert during one of her good days. "Come sit with me, sweetheart," she'd said, patting the bench beside her. "Tell me about your dreams." "Mom, we don't need to. Humor your dying mother." Her smile was gentle but firm. "What would you be doing right now, if things were different?" I'd told her about the university plans, the creative writing program, the life I'd put on hold. She'd listened intently, her fingers tracing patterns on her blanket. "You've always had the soul of a lighthouse, sweetheart," she'd said finally. "Don't let the fog steal your light." Back in Remington's office, I blinked away tears. "Can we watch it?" He nodded, inserting the DVD into his computer. Mom's face appeared on the screen, gaunt but composed, her librarian's reading glasses perched on her nose. "My dearest Harmony," she began, "if you're watching this, then Carson has done exactly what I feared he would. He's trying to take the house, isn't he?" I gasped. Even Remington looked impressed. "Your brother has always been predictable in his selfishness," Mom continued. "But you, my darling girl, you've been my lighthouse in the dark. You sacrificed everything without complaint, and I've been preparing for this moment." She held up a stack of papers. "These are the real property documents, The house was transferred solely to my name after your father died. I never added Carson's name to anything, despite his creative attempts to convince me otherwise. Another memory hit me, finding Mom in tears one night, clutching her phone. When I'd asked what was wrong, she'd quickly composed herself. "Just your brother being your brother," she'd said. Now I wondered what messages I'd missed. "There's a safe in my closet," Mum continued on screen. "Behind the blue hat box. The combination is your birthday. Inside, you'll find everything you need. Bank statements, medical records, and particularly interesting text messages I've saved." My hands clenched into fists. She'd been building a case all along. "But most importantly," Mum leaned closer to the camera, "you'll find a key. It opens a safety deposit box at First National. Don't tell Carson about any of this. Wait for the will reading. Trust Remington. And remember, sometimes the best revenge is simply letting someone reveal their true nature." The screen went dark. Remington cleared his throat. "The will reading is scheduled for next week. Until then, I suggest you find that safe." "What about Carson's ownership claims?" "Completely fabricated. I have all the original documents here." He patted the thick file. "Your brother has no legal right to sell anything." I stood, feeling stronger than I had in days. "Thank you, Remington, for everything." "One more thing," he called as I reached the door. "Your Aunt Vivian. She knows more than she's letting on. Your mother made her a backup executor for a reason." I drove home slowly, processing everything. When I arrived, Carson's rental car was gone, but Aunt Vivian sat on the porch swing. "Productive meeting?" she asked, eyebrow raised. "Very." I sat beside her. "Mom made you backup executor. Smart woman, your mother." Vivian pulled something from her purse, a small keyring. "Found these in her bedside drawer. There's a note attached." The note read, "For the day after the storm." "She knew," I whispered. "She knew exactly what Carson would do." "Of course she did. She was his mother too." Vivian's voice held a hint of steel. "She watched him take advantage of people his whole life. But she also watched you grow into someone stronger than he could ever be." "Why didn't she tell me any of this?" "Because you needed to focus on being her daughter, not her defender." Vivian stood. "The storm's here now, though, and you're ready for it." I turned the keys over in my hand. "Will you help me look for a safe in Mom's closet?" "Thought you'd never ask," she smiled. "Let's see what other surprises your mother left us." As we climbed the stairs, I remembered Mom's words from the video. Sometimes the best revenge is letting someone reveal their true nature. Carson had shown his. Now it was time to show mine. The safe contained exactly what Mom promised, and more. Bank statements showing suspicious withdrawals from Carson's old authorized user account. Screenshots of texts where he'd demanded money for his spiritual journey. And most damning, a letter he'd written threatening to contest any will that didn't give him the house. That manipulative little... Vivian stopped herself, shuffling through the papers. No wonder your mother was so prepared. A loud bang downstairs made us both jump. Carson's voice boomed through the house. "Where are you hiding, sis?" "Perfect timing," I muttered, quickly returning everything to the safe except one folder. "Stay here." I found Carson in the living room with two burly men in moving company uniforms. They were lifting Mum's antique writing desk. "What are you doing?" I demanded. "Clearing out some valuable pieces before they get damaged." Carson didn't even look at me. "To the truck, guys." "Put it down," I said firmly. The movers hesitated. "Keep moving," Carson ordered. I pulled out my phone. "Remington? Yes, he's here with movers, taking Mum's things." I paused. "Yes, I'll tell them." Carson finally turned to me. "Playing tattletale?" "No, just informing them that they're participating in theft." I addressed the movers directly. "This property has no legal sale or transfer authorization. Everything you remove can be reported as stolen. The men carefully set down the desk. She's lying, Carson snapped. I have paperwork. Forged paperwork, I interrupted, opening the folder I'd brought downstairs. Want to explain these bank statements? Or these texts to Mom? His face went from red to white. Where did you get those? Mom kept everything, Carson. Every manipulative message. Every threat. I turned to the movers. I suggest you leave before this becomes a legal issue. They didn't need telling twice. Carson watched helplessly as they walked out. You think you're so clever, he snarled once we were alone. Playing the devoted daughter while secretly building a case against me? No, that was Mom. I was too busy actually taking care of her to plot anything. I held up his threatening letter, but she saw you coming a mile away. Give me those papers. He lunged forward, but Vivian appeared at the top of the stairs. I wouldn't, she called down. Those are copies anyway. Originals are quite safe with Remington. Carson's mask of control cracked completely. You're both insane. This is my house too. I deserve... What exactly do you deserve? I stepped closer. The inheritance you tried to manipulate out of our dying mother? The house you never helped maintain? Tell me, what exactly did you do to deserve anything? I was building a life, following my dreams. Someone had to make something of themselves instead of playing nurse. Playing nurse? My voice was ice. I cleaned her wounds. I held her hair back during chemo. I read to her when her eyes were too weak to focus. Where were you when she cried asking for her son? Don't try to guilt me. Guilt you? No, Carson. I'm done trying to make you feel anything. You're incapable of it. I walked to the front door and opened it. Get out. You can't. I can and I am. The will reading is next week. Until then, stay away from this house and everything in it. He stood there, fists clenched. This isn't over. Actually, it is. Vivian came down the stairs, phone in hand. Unless you want these texts to your mother shared with the entire family. The ones where you called her illness an inconvenience. Carson grabbed his jacket and stormed out, slamming the door so hard the windows rattled. He'll be back, Vivian warned. I know. I sank onto the couch. But now we're ready. My phone buzzed. Zariah, how'd the safe hunting go? Found everything and more, I texted back. Mom was always 10 steps ahead. That's our librarian, she replied. Want me to come over? I bring wine and revenge plotting skills. I smiled, then noticed an envelope that had fallen from the folder during Carson's grab attempt. It was labeled, "Not to be opened unless Carson threatens eviction." Actually, I texted Zariah, can you come now? There's something else we need to see. Vivian peered at the envelope. Your mother certainly had a flair for dramatic timing. She was a librarian, I said, carefully opening the seal. She knew every story needs proper pacing. Inside was a single photograph. Mom and Carson at the bank, dated 2 years ago. She was signing something while he stood smugly beside her. On the back, Mom had written, "The day your brother thought he won. The day I changed everything." I showed it to Vivian, who smiled slowly. Oh, this is going to be good. Remington's office felt smaller with all of us crammed inside. Carson sat near the window, scrolling through his phone with affected disinterest. Vivian perched beside me, her hand occasionally squeezing my arm in silent support. Zariah had insisted on coming too, positioning herself strategically between me and my brother. Shall we begin? Remington adjusted his glasses, pulling out a thick envelope. Finally. Carson straightened up. Let's get this over with so we can move forward with the sale. Remington cleared his throat. Before I read the will, there's a video message your mother requested we watch first. Another one? Carson rolled his eyes. How many dramatic recordings did she make? Just these two. Remington pressed play on his computer. This one's for both of you. Mom appeared on screen, looking stronger than in her final days. She was sitting in her favorite armchair, wearing the blue cardigan I'd helped her pick out last Christmas. "My dear children," she began, "if you're watching this, I'm gone. Carson, I assume you're already planning what to do with the house. And Harmony, you're probably worried about your future. You both take after your father in different ways. He too was always planning ahead." Carson smirked at me. I kept my face neutral. 2 years ago, Mum continued, Carson came to me with some papers to sign. He thought I was too weak, too medicated to understand what they were, but I knew exactly what I was signing, and what I wasn't signing. The smirk fell from Carson's face. You see, while Carson was showing me property transfer documents with one hand, I was signing my actual will with the other. A will that reflects not just my wishes, but the truth of the past 4 years. "This is ridiculous," Carson interrupted. She was clearly not in her right mind. "Actually," Remington paused the video, "I have her medical records from that day, showing she was completely lucid. Shall I continue?" Carson slumped back, his face darkening. "Now, to the matter of my estate," Mum went on. "To my son Carson, I leave the following. An itemized bill for $25,000, representing the money you borrowed for your travels. This amount will be donated in your name to the local women's shelter, where I volunteered before my illness. Consider it your first and only contribution to caring for others." "She can't do that," Carson shot to his feet. "She can and did," Remington said calmly. "Please sit down." "To my daughter Harmony," Mum continued, her voice softening, "I leave the house and all its contents, plus my entire financial estate, to be used first for your education and then for whatever dreams you put on hold for me. You were my lighthouse in the darkest storm, and now it's your turn to shine." Tears rolled down my cheeks. Zariah squeezed my hand. "Additionally," Mom added, "I've left documentation proving Carson attempted to fraudulently obtain property rights. Whether to pursue legal action is up to Harmony." The video ended. Carson stood again, face contorted with rage. "This is all your fault," he shouted at me. "You turned her against me. You manipulated her while she was sick." "That's quite enough," Remington interrupted, pulling out another DVD. "Your mother anticipated this reaction too. This was recorded the same day, with myself and 2 witnesses present." The final video played. Mum looked directly into the camera, her librarian's steel showing through. "Carson, if you're yelling right now, blaming your sister, let me be clear. I saw everything. Every ignored call, every bounced check, every attempt to secure your inheritance before I was even gone. I wasn't confused or manipulated. I was watching, and I made my choice with clear eyes and a clearer conscience." Silence fell over the room. Carson grabbed his jacket. "You'll be hearing from my lawyer," he spat. "Actually," Remington picked up another document, "your mother included a contest clause. Any legal challenge to the will results in your portion being doubled, meaning the shelter would receive $50,000 in your name instead of $25,000. Carson froze, hand on the doorknob. "Face it, brother," I said quietly. "Mom outplayed you. She knew you better than you knew yourself." He yanked the door open. "This isn't over." "Yes, it is," Vivian called after him. "Your mother made sure of that." After he left, Remington handed me a set of keys. "The house is officially yours. Your mother also left this." It was a university application, filled out in Mum's careful handwriting. On top was a post-it note. "Time to leave the lighthouse and become the light. Love, Mum." I hugged the paper to my chest, feeling lighter than I had in years. Mum had given me more than just the house. She'd given me back my future. "Well," Zariah grinned, I guess we're going to be roommates after all. For the first time since Mom died, I laughed. It felt like breaking free. The women's shelter director couldn't stop smiling as she held the check. $25,000. This will help so many families. My mother would have wanted that, I said, watching her pin the donation certificate on the wall. In memory of Denise, donated by Carson, stood out in bold letters. Your brother must be very generous, she said. Oh, you have no idea. Vivian's voice dripped with sarcasm as she examined the wall of donors. After leaving the shelter, we drove to the bank to clear out Carson's old room. He'd tried coming by the house twice more, each time leaving with less dignity than before. The final time, he'd arrived with a police officer, only to have Remington show up with all the documentation proving my ownership. Ready? Vivian asked as we pulled into the driveway. I nodded, clutching the box of trash bags. More than ready. Carson's room was exactly as he'd left it years ago, a shrine to his teenage self. Sports trophies he'd bought online to impress girls. Guitar he'd never learned to play. Photos of him in various exotic locations, always alone, always posing. Look at this, Vivian called from his closet. She held up a shoebox full of cash. Tagged Mom's emergency fund but never sent. Add it to the shelter donation, I said, stuffing old clothes into a bag. Might as well make it an even 30,000. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. You think you've won? Wait till the family finds out how you trapped Mom into changing her will. He's trying to rally the relatives, I showed Vivienne the message. Perfect timing, actually. She pulled an envelope from her purse. Your mother left this with me. Said to open it if Carson tried turning the family against you. Inside were dozens of screenshots. Years of conversations between Mom and various family members. Carson asking each for money, making promises he never kept. Mom gently warning them, trying to protect them from his schemes. She documented everything, I whispered. Your mother was a librarian, Vivian smiled. Documentation was her superpower. I snapped photos of the screenshots and created a family group chat, excluding Carson. Since there are questions about Mom's will, here's some context she wanted you to have. Responses flooded in immediately. He told me he needed bail money. Said he was starting a charity. Borrowed $5,000 for a sure thing investment. Well, Vivian said, reading over my shoulder, I'd say that backfired on him spectacularly. We finished clearing the room in silence. Everything valuable went to charity. Everything personal into storage. As I packed the last box, something caught my eye. A small book wedged behind the radiator. It was Mom's diary from 15 years ago. I opened it randomly. Carson took money from my purse again. Says he needs it more than I do. Harmony offered me her birthday money to cover the bills. My children are teaching me the difference between taking and giving. You should read this. I handed it to Vivian. She skimmed a few pages, her expression softening. She knew, all along she knew exactly who both of you were. My phone buzzed again. Carson. The family too. Should have known you'd play dirty. The truth isn't dirty, I texted back. It just is. I'm still their golden boy. Watch how fast they forget when I need something. I thought about responding, but instead just blocked his number. Mom's voice echoed in my head. Sometimes the best revenge is letting someone reveal their true nature. Vivian helped me carry the last boxes downstairs. In the living room, Mum's writing desk sat where it had always been, where Carson had tried to steal it. On it lay my university acceptance letter, the one I'd kept all these years. You know, Vivian said, following my gaze, the spring semester starts in January. I know. I ran my hand along the desk's smooth surface. Mom already filled out my application. Of course she did. Vivian laughed. She probably chose your classes too, actually. I pulled out the application. There, in Mum's neat handwriting, were course recommendations: creative writing, psychology, family law. She really did think of everything. She was preparing you, Vivienne said softly, not just for university, but for life after Carson's inevitable implosion. I looked around the room, at the space that was now truly mine, at the future Mom had protected for me, at the peace she'd orchestrated even after she was gone. You know what's funny? I said, putting the acceptance letter in my pocket. This doesn't even feel like revenge anymore. It feels like justice. Vivienne nodded. That's exactly what your mother intended. Outside, the moving truck Carson had sent away empty weeks ago drove past, now full of donations for the shelter. Everything comes full circle, I thought, even karma. The autumn wind scattered leaves across Mom's grave as I placed her favorite flowers, yellow daisies, against the headstone. My university acceptance letter was tucked in my jacket pocket, already creased from reading it so many times. I got in, Mum, I whispered, brushing leaves from her name. Full scholarship, just like you planned. She'd be proud, Zariah said, standing a few steps back. Actually, she'd probably say, I told you so. I laughed. She absolutely would. My phone buzzed, a text from Vivienne. Check your email, now. I pulled it up to find a forwarded message from the women's shelter. They'd named their new wing after Mum, and the first family had just moved in. The attached photo showed a young mother and daughter standing in front of a plaque that read, The Denise Reading Room, a safe space to begin again. Look at this, I showed Zariah. Mum's still helping people. Speaking of helping people... Zariah nodded toward the cemetery entrance. A familiar figure stood there, uncertain. Carson. He looked different. Cheaper clothes, no designer sunglasses. The past month hadn't been kind to him since the family learned the truth. Want me to tell him to leave? Zariah offered. No. I stood up. Mom would want me to hear him out. He approached slowly, carrying something wrapped in brown paper. I, found this while cleaning out my apartment. Thought Mom would want you to have it. He handed me the package. Inside was an old photo album I'd never seen before. Mom made it, he said quietly. Before she got sick. It's all pictures of you. School plays, science fairs, stuff like that. She used to show it to me when I'd visit, telling me how proud she was. You mean the 2 times you visited in 4 years? He flinched. I deserve that. I deserve all of it. He looked at the headstone. The shelter called. About the extra $5,000 you donated in my name. Mom's emergency fund. Seemed fitting. Yeah. He shifted uncomfortably. Listen, I know I can't fix what I did, but I'm seeing someone now, a therapist, trying to understand why I... He trailed off. Why you what? Abandoned us? Tried to steal Mom's house? Treated her illness like an inconvenience? All of it. His voice cracked. I keep thinking about that video she made. How she saw everything, knew everything, and still just waited. Let me show who I really was. That's who Mom was, I said. A quiet observer who saw right through people's stories to their truth. I miss her, he whispered. I didn't think I would, but I do. You missed her when she was alive too. You just didn't know it yet. He nodded, tears finally breaking through his facade. The family's right to freeze me out. I earned that. But I was hoping... maybe someday... Someday is a long way off, Carson. I know. He turned to leave, then stopped. The university acceptance. When do you start? January. Creative writing program. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. Mom always said you had stories in you. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an envelope. Here, it's not much, but Maybe it'll help with books or something. Inside was a check for $3,000. I sold my Rolex, he explained. Seemed like time to grow up. I studied him for a moment. The shelter's always looking for volunteers. Yeah? Hope flickered in his eyes. Start there. Show, don't tell. That's what they teach writers. He nodded and walked away. Zariah came to stand beside me. You're not going to tear up that check? No. I tucked it into my pocket with the acceptance letter. Mom would want me to give him a chance to change. A small one. You're nicer than I would be. Not nice, I said. Just finally seeing clearly. Mom was right. Revenge isn't about destroying someone. It's about letting them face who they really are. I opened the photo album Carson had brought. On the first page, Mom had written, "My lighthouse keeper, finding light in the darkest places." Ready to go? Zariah asked. We've got that campus tour this afternoon. Almost. I pulled out my acceptance letter and placed it against Mom's headstone, weighing it down with a small stone. Thank you, I whispered, for everything. The autumn wind picked up again, scattering more leaves across the cemetery. But this time, they didn't look like decay. They looked like pages turning, starting a new chapter. Okay, I said, standing up. Now I'm ready. Sometimes karma doesn't knock. It walks in holding your mother's hand. And sometimes healing doesn't come from revenge, but from finally letting go of the lighthouse and becoming the light itself. The sound of my sister's laughter floating down the hallway used to make me smile. Now, it makes my stomach twist, especially at midnight on a Tuesday when I have an early meeting, and she's having another hours-long phone chat while I lie awake, wondering how I became the sucker in this situation. I'm Maria, and 3 months ago, I opened my home to my younger sister, Kylie, and her 2 girls after her divorce. It seemed like the right thing to do. Family helps family. Right? That's what I kept telling myself as I cleared out my home office, transformed it into a bedroom for my nieces, and watched my carefully curated life slowly unravel. Just until I get back on my feet, Kylie had promised, mascara-stained tears running down her face that first night. Vincent cleaned me out. I don't know what I'd do without you. Tonight, I'm stirring honey into my chamomile tea, trying to drown out her voice when I hear it. No. Seriously, Tyler, you don't understand how sweet this setup is. Kylie's voice carries through her partially open door. Maria's such a pushover. She hasn't asked for a dime. I've got more spending money now than when I was married. The mug freezes halfway to my lips. I know, right? She continues, giggling. And get this. I just booked the most amazing. I force myself to walk past her door, my feet somehow carrying me despite the sudden weight in my chest. Inside my bedroom, I sit on the edge of my bed, tea growing cold in my trembling hands. A gentle knock interrupts my thoughts. Aunt Maria? Nora's voice is soft, hesitant. Are you still awake? Come in, sweetheart. My 12-year-old niece slips inside, clutching her tablet. Her dark hair is pulled into a messy bun, and she's wearing the pajamas I bought her last month. I can't sleep. Mum's being really loud again. I noticed. I pat the spot beside me. Want to show me what you're reading? She curls up next to me, and for a moment, I forget about Kylie's words. Nora swipes through her latest manga, explaining the plot in excited whispers. This is what makes it worth it. These quiet moments with the girls. But tomorrow morning comes too soon. I'm reviewing quarterly reports at my desk when my coworker drops by with coffee. You look exhausted, Tessa says, perching on my desk. How's the sister situation? I rub my eyes. Fine. It's fine. That bad, huh? She raises an eyebrow. You know, the last time you said fine twice in a row was when your ex proposed with a ring pop. It's just... I lower my voice, glancing around the office. Yesterday, another package arrived for her. Nordstrom. She told me last week she couldn't afford to chip in for groceries. Classic Kylie. Tessa rolls her eyes. And you're still covering everything? The girls need stability. The girls need their mother to grow up. Tessa leans closer. How much have you dipped into your savings? I avoid her eyes. I cancelled my streaming services. Cut back on takeout. While she gets weekly salon appointments? Tessa points to a social media post on her phone. Nice, fresh highlights she's sporting there. Before I can respond, my phone buzzes. It's Kylie. Hey, sis! Her voice is syrupy sweet. Quick favor, could you grab dinner for the girls tonight? I have this amazing opportunity to network with some potential employers. I think about the Nordstrom package, about her midnight laughter, about my dwindling savings account. Sure, I hear myself say. No problem. After hanging up, Tessa gives me a look that could curdle milk. You're enabling her, I know. I turn back to my computer, but the numbers blur together. I just need to figure out how to... My voice trails off as I hear Kylie's voice again, this time from Tessa's phone. She's on speaker with Tyler in an Instagram story. Just wait till you see where we're going. Kylie squeals. She's such a freaking pushover. This vacation is going to be epic with all the money I've saved. The office goes quiet. Or maybe that's just the blood rushing in my ears. Maria. Tessa's voice seems far away. I stare at the phone, at my sister's beaming face, at her fresh highlights and designer glasses, at the woman who's been playing me for a fool. I need to make a call, I say quietly, reaching for my phone. Know any good real estate lawyers? Tessa's smile is sharp. Honey, I thought you'd never ask. Once you start looking for lies, they're everywhere. Like cockroaches when you turn on the light. They scatter, but you know there are more hiding in the walls. I applied for 3 jobs this week, Kylie announces over breakfast, scrolling through her phone while the girls rush to get ready for school. The market is just so tough right now. I take a slow sip of coffee. Which companies? Oh, you know. She waves her hand vaguely. Those marketing firms downtown, they're all so competitive. Later that day, I call my friend who works in HR at one of the biggest marketing firms in the city. Kylie. No, we haven't received an application from anyone by that name in months. The next lie unravels at dinner. Kylie's pushing food around her plate, sighing dramatically. I hate asking, but could you spot me for the girls' school supplies? Things are just so tight right now. Of course, I say, watching her designer watch catch the light. I saw a great sale at Target. Oh no, she wrinkles her nose. Their quality is terrible. The girls need the good stuff. After dinner, while she's on another phone call, I check her purse for the receipt she'd carelessly left visible. Staples. $207.83. Paid with a Capital One card I didn't know she had. Your sister's playing you? Tessa says the next day over lunch. You need to stop being a doormat. I'm not a doormat, I protest. I'm gathering evidence. Evidence for what? The pushover Olympics? She slides her phone across the table. Look what Tyler just posted. The image shows Kylie and Tyler at a high-end salon, champagne flutes in hand. The caption reads, "Pre-vacation pampering with my girl. Can't wait for our luxury reset next month." Blessed. Girl power. My stomach churns. When was this posted? An hour ago. Tessa's voice softens. While she was supposedly at a job interview. That evening, Nora finds me in the kitchen, clutching something behind her back. Aunt Maria, I made you something. She hands me a card, decorated with careful drawings and glitter. Inside, in her neat handwriting. Thank you for taking care of us. You're the best aunt ever. My throat tightens. It's beautiful, sweetheart. Mom says we're lucky to have you. Nora hesitates, but sometimes I hear her laughing about how she doesn't have to pay for anything anymore. Before I can respond, my phone buzzes. A text from Tessa. Check your email, now. The screenshot she's sent shows a Facebook post from Tyler. All expense luxury reset trip planned. 4 nights at the Crystal Bay Resort with my best girl. Sometimes you just need to treat yourself. No regrets. Crystal Bay Resort. The same place Vincent took Kylie for their honeymoon. The place she claimed held too many painful memories when I suggested a family vacation there last summer. My fingers hover over the keyboard, ready to confront her. But then I hear Poppy's laughter from the living room where she's watching TV with Kylie. Maria! Kylie calls out. Come watch with us. I made popcorn. With your groceries, I think, in your designer sweater, planning your secret vacation. Instead, I say, coming, and paste on a smile. That night, I lie awake scrolling through months of social media posts. Kylie at restaurants, Kylie shopping, Kylie getting her nails done. Each post a tiny betrayal, each smile a lie. My phone lights up with a text from an unknown number. Is it true what Tyler's saying? That Kylie's living with you because she's broke? Because I just processed her alimony payment and it's not small. Vincent. I sit up in bed, heart pounding. Another text follows. She told the courts she's living with you to reduce her housing costs. Said she needed more support for the girls. I've been paying extra for months. The final piece clicks into place. I've been subsidizing her lifestyle while she collects alimony, squirrels away money, and plans luxury vacations. My phone buzzes again. Tessa. Made some calls. That resort booking? Non-refundable. $4,000 down. Still want to play nice? Before I can reply, Kylie's voice drifts through the walls. Just wait till Maria finds out I'm extending my stay here through summer. She's too nice to ever kick us out. I open my laptop and start typing. Dear tenant. The next morning, Kylie catches me before work. Can we do lunch today? Just us sisters. Her smile is bright, practiced. I need to tell you something important. Sure, I say, already knowing what's coming. I have something to tell you, too. She hugs me tight. You're my rock, Maria. I don't know what I'd do without you. I hug her back, feeling the expensive fabric of her new sweater. Don't worry, I whisper. You're about to find out. So, legally, you're well within your rights, Tessa explains, spreading documents across her desk. She's been living there long enough to qualify as a tenant, which means I need to give her proper notice. I finish, scanning the paperwork. 30 days, exactly. Tessa hands me a pen, and since there's no formal lease, you're not breaking any contracts. I start filling out the forms, my handwriting steadier than I expected. What if she refuses to leave? Then we file for formal eviction. Tessa's smile is professional, but her eyes gleam. But first, let's see how she handles the notice. That evening, I start small. When Kylie complains about the temperature, I don't adjust the thermostat. When she mentions we're out of her expensive oat milk, I shrug and point to the regular milk in the fridge. But you always get my oat milk, she pouts. Budget's tight this month, I say, watching her face. You understand, right? She blinks, then recovers. Of course, I totally get it. Things are tough all around. Later, I hear her on the phone with Tyler. Maria's acting weird. Maybe she's stressed about money or something. Good thing I booked that resort when I did. I slip into my home office, what used to be my home office before it became the girls' room, and open my laptop. A quick search brings up Crystal Bay Resort's booking page. Standard rooms start at $800 per night. My phone buzzes. A text from Vincent. Just got the bank statement. Kylie withdrew $4,000 last week. Thought you should know. I screenshot it and add it to my growing folder of evidence. The next morning, Kylie catches me before work. Lunch today? My treat. At the cafe, she orders the most expensive salad and a glass of wine. I stick to water. I've been doing a lot of thinking, she says, pushing her designer sunglasses up onto her head, about how amazing you've been these past few months. I take a sip of water. Oh, I'm finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. She reaches across the table to squeeze my hand. You're my rock, Maria. The girls and I are so lucky to have you. That's funny, I say, keeping my voice light. I thought I heard you telling Tyler how lucky you were not having to pay rent. Her hand freezes on mine. For a split second, panic flashes across her face before she laughs. Oh, you heard that. I was just joking around. You know how Tyler and I get, right? I pull my hand away. Just like you were joking about the vacation. What vacation? Her voice rises slightly. I mean, Tyler and I were just dreaming. You know how it is. My phone buzzes. Another text from Tessa. Eviction notice is ready when you are. More water? Kylie asks brightly, already signaling the waiter. I check my watch. Actually, I should head back to work. Thanks for lunch. Wait! She grabs her purse. I wanted to talk to you about something. See, I've been thinking about staying through the summer. The girls are so settled and... We'll talk later. I cut her off, standing up. I have a meeting. That evening, I find a receipt in the trash. A confirmation email for Crystal Bay Resort, printed and then discarded. 4 nights, ocean view suite, spa package included. Total, $4,327. 86, non-refundable. Mom's acting weird, Nora says later, helping me load the dishwasher. She keeps making secret phone calls and hiding her shopping bags. I hand her a plate. Have you seen any travel brochures? Nora pauses. Yeah, actually, she has one for some fancy beach resort. She told me not to tell you. It's okay, I say, hugging her quickly. You didn't do anything wrong. After the girls are in bed, Kylie corners me in the kitchen. Hey, sis, got a minute? She's wearing new pajamas, the tags still visible where she forgot to remove them. The price sticker peeks out, $89.99. I just wanted to say thank you again, she continues, eyes wide and sincere. For everything. You're the best sister anyone could ask for. I think about the eviction notice sitting in my desk drawer, about the resort booking, about all the lies. You know what, Kylie? I smile, and for the first time in months, it's genuine. You're right. I am the best sister anyone could ask for, and soon you're going to realize exactly how much you've taken that for granted. She laughs nervously. What do you mean? Get some sleep, I say, heading to my room. We'll talk tomorrow. Behind me, I hear her frantically dialing her phone. Tyler, I think she knows. What do I do? I close my door, open my laptop, and start drafting an email to Vincent. It's time everyone knew the truth about my dear, sweet sister's financial situation. Maria, can we talk? Wesley, my boss, gestures to his office. His expression makes my stomach sink. Inside, he slides a folder across his desk. Your last 3 reports had errors. That's not like you. I'm sorry. I start, but he holds up a hand. Is everything okay at home? You seem distracted lately. Before I can answer, my phone buzzes. A text from Kylie. Found the cutest sundresses for the trip. Can't wait to show you. Maria. I switch off my phone. Just some family stuff. It won't happen again. Back at my desk, I open my email to find a notification from my credit card company. Your balance is approaching your credit limit. 3 months ago, I had 0 balance. Still playing detective? Tessa perches on my desk, coffee in hand. I show her my credit statement. Look at this charge from yesterday. $495 at Sephora. Kylie used my card for emergency groceries. Emergency concealer. More like. Tessa pulls out her phone. Speaking of which, look what your sister just posted. The photo shows Kylie modeling oversized designer sunglasses. Caption. Sometimes you have to treat yourself. Shatsu, self-care, statt blessed. My phone rings. It's our mother, Penelope. We haven't spoken in months. Maria, is it true what I'm hearing about Kylie? Mom? Someone told me you're taking advantage of her situation. Her voice has that familiar accusatory tone. That you're charging her rent when she's struggling? I laugh, actually laugh. Who told you that? Never mind who told me. I raised you better than to exploit family. The irony hits like a slap. Did you call when Kylie moved in? When I cleared out my office for the girls? When I drained my savings? Don't be dramatic. She sniffs. Kylie's going through a divorce. Kylie's going through my wallet. I snap, then take a breath. Mom, I have to go. I'm at work. Just like always. She sighs. Work before family. After hanging up, I close my eyes, remembering a scene from 15 years ago. Kylie, tearful, confessing she'd stolen Mum's credit card for a spring break trip. Me, covering for her, paying it back with my first real paycheck. You're the best, Maria, she'd said then, hugging me. I'll pay you back someday. Some things never change. That evening, I find a glossy travel brochure on the kitchen counter. Crystal Bay Resort smiles up at me in full color. Pristine beaches, infinity pools, spa services. Oh! Kylie snatches it up. I was just window shopping. With what window? I ask mildly. The one in your ocean view suite? She freezes. What? Nothing. I smile. Nice sunglasses, by the way. Gucci? These old things? She touches them nervously. Just knockoffs. Really? Because I have the receipt right here. I pull it from my pocket. $495 at Saks. Funny how it's on my credit card. Color drains from her face. I can explain. Can you explain this too? I show her my credit statement. Or the Sephora charge. The Nordstrom packages. You went through my things? Her voice rises, playing the victim. How could you? How could I? I laugh again, and it sounds strange even to me. The same way I could work overtime to pay for your groceries. The same way I could empty my savings while you booked luxury vacations? It's not what you think. It's exactly what I think. I step closer. You know what the difference is between you and me, Kylie. I learned from watching Mom enable you. You just learned how to get better at taking. That's not fair! Tears well up, her signature move. After everything with Vincent told me about the alimony. I cut in. The extra payments, the lies about living expenses. She stumbles back. He had no right. No, you had no right. My voice is steady now. To use me, to lie to me, to teach your daughters that this is how family treats each other. The girls need stability. The girls need their mother to grow up. She wipes her eyes, smearing expensive mascara. I was going to tell you about the trip. I just needed some time to myself. Don't worry, I say, turning away. You'll have plenty of time to yourself soon. What's that supposed to mean? But I'm already walking to my room, where the eviction notice waits in my desk drawer. Tomorrow, I think. Let her enjoy showing off her travel brochure one more night. My phone buzzes again. A text from Tyler. OMG, girl. Can't believe we're really doing this. Crystal Bay, here we come. I save the screenshot. Evidence, mounting like waves before a tsunami. Let her smile. Let her plan. Let her think she's won. Tomorrow changes everything. The printer hums quietly as I watch the eviction notice emerge, crisp and official. My hands don't shake as I slide it into an envelope. They should, but they don't. 3 months of rage has a way of steadying you. Morning, Kylie chirps, practically dancing into the kitchen. She's clutching the resort brochure like a winning lottery ticket. I made coffee. How thoughtful. I accept the mug she offers. Special occasion? Actually, she perches on the counter, grinning. I've been thinking about what you said about me getting back on my feet. I take a slow sip. Have you? Yes. And I realized sometimes self-love is the best investment. She flips open the brochure. So I decided to treat myself to a little getaway, just a few days at Crystal Bay Resort. Crystal Bay. I keep my voice neutral. Isn't that where you and Vincent honeymooned? Oh, that. She waves dismissively. I'm reclaiming it, making new memories. I set down my coffee and reach for my bag. Speaking of new memories, look at this spa package. She points to a glossy photo. 4 treatments included, and the ocean view suite has this amazing balcony. Kylie. And there's yoga on the beach every morning. Kylie. I hold out the envelope. She takes it, still beaming. What's this? Early birthday card? It's an eviction notice. You have 30 days to find new accommodation. The brochure slips from her fingers. What? 30 days. I repeat. That's more than generous considering. She tears open the envelope, hands shaking now where mine won't. This has to be a joke. Like the joke about milking me dry, or the joke about being too broke to pay rent while booking luxury vacations. You can't do this. Her voice cracks. The girls. We'll be fine. They're resilient. No thanks to you. I'm your sister. She stands up, tears starting. Right on cue. You stopped being my sister the moment you turned my kindness into your cash cow. I pick up the fallen brochure. Nice suite, by the way. The non-refundable kind, right? All pretense drops from her face. You bitch! You went through my things? Didn't have to. Vincent told me everything. The alimony, the lies about living expenses. I smile. Tyler's social media did the rest. I'll tell everyone! She grabs her phone. Mom, the family, everyone will know how you threw us out. Go ahead. I have receipts, screenshots, bank statements. Should I post those first? She freezes, finger hovering over her phone. You wouldn't. Try me. The girls appear in the doorway, drawn by the raised voices. Nora's eyes are wide, understanding. Poppy clutches her stuffed rabbit. Mom. Nora's voice is small. What's happening? Kylie switches instantly to victim mode. Your aunt is kicking us out, sweetie. After everything we've been through. Stop it! Nora's voice is sharp. Just stop lying. Nora! I heard you, Mom, on the phone with Tyler about using Aunt Maria's money, about the trip. Kylie's face crumples. You don't understand. I understand fine. Nora grabs Poppy's hand. Come on, Pops, let's get ready for school. After they leave, Kylie rounds on me. Happy now? You've turned my own daughters against me. You did that yourself. I check my watch. I have to get to work. I suggest you use today to start apartment hunting. I can't afford... Actually, you can. Vincent sent me your alimony statements. I head for the door. Maybe cancel that spa package. You'll need the deposit money. You're breaking this family apart! She shrieks after me. I turn back one last time. No, Kylie. I'm just breaking free. By noon, my phone is exploding. Kylie's posted a tearful story on Facebook about her cruel sister throwing her and her children into the street, tagged the whole family, added crying emojis for effect. Ready for phase 2? Tessa texts. I open my folder of evidence and start uploading. Screenshots of Kylie's luxury purchases, Vincent's alimony statements, the resort booking, Tyler's incriminating posts. Finally, the recording from my security camera of Kylie bragging about exploiting me. Your move, sis, I mutter, and hit post. My phone rings immediately. It's our mother. Maria, how could you... She starts. Check my latest post, I interrupt. Then call me back if you still want to defend her. I hang up and stare at my computer screen, where Kylie's life of lies is unraveling in real time. Comments are already pouring in, family members expressing shock, friends withdrawing support. The truth, spreading like wildfire. My hands still don't shake, but now, finally, they don't need to. The doorbell rings at 7 a.m. the next morning. I open it to find our mother, Penelope, standing there with the kind of righteous anger only she can muster. How dare you air our family's dirty laundry on social media? She pushes past me into the house. Good morning to you too, Mom. Where's Kylie? She looks around, designer handbag clutched like a shield. That poor girl must be devastated. That poor girl is still asleep in the room I gave up for her, while planning a luxury vacation with money she saved by mooching off me. She's going through a divorce. She's going through my bank account. I cross my arms. Did you actually look at what I posted? I saw enough! Penelope's voice rises. I saw my youngest daughter being publicly humiliated by her own sister. Mom? Kylie appears, perfectly timed as always, eyes artfully red. I didn't know you were coming. Oh, sweetheart! Penelope rushes to embrace her. I came as soon as I saw what your sister did. I laugh, the sound harsh even to my ears. Of course you did. Just like you came when she stole your credit card in high school? Oh, wait. You never knew about that because I covered for her, just like I've been covering for her my entire life. That was different. Kylie sniffs. I was young. You're still young, I snap. You're just better at manipulation now. Don't you dare speak to her like that. Penelope steps between us. She's your sister. My sister? The words taste bitter. My sister who brags about exploiting me, who teaches her daughters that it's okay to use people, who books spa vacations while I work overtime to keep her fed. I was going to pay you back, Kylie wails. With what? The money you're spending at Crystal Bay? Crystal Bay? Penelope turns to Kylie. The resort. It's not what you think. Show her the booking, Kylie. I pull out my phone. Show her the spa package, the ocean view suite, the non-refundable deposit that costs more than 3 months of the rent you never paid me. Kylie's face crumples. Mom, I can explain. But for once, Penelope is silent, looking between us with dawning comprehension. Aunt Maria. Nora appears in the hallway, school backpack ready. Is everything okay? Everything's fine, sweetheart. Your grandmother was just leaving. I most certainly was not. Penelope bristles. This family needs boundaries. I cut in. Starting now. Mom's been lying to everyone, Nora says suddenly, her young voice steady. She only misses Aunt Maria now because she needs someone to bail her out. Again. Nora! Kylie gasps. How can you say that? Because it's true. I heard you telling Tyler how you were playing everyone, how you could afford your own place months ago, but why bother when Aunt Maria's such a pushover? Silence falls. Even Penelope looks shocked. Is this true? She asks Kylie. Of course not. She's just a child. She doesn't understand. I understand fine. Nora's voice cracks. I understand you're teaching Poppy and me that it's okay to use people. That family means taking advantage. I think, I say quietly, it's time for school, Nora. I'll drive you. But we haven't finished. Penelope starts. Yes, we have. I grab my keys. Kylie has 28 days left to find a new place. You're welcome to help her look. In the car, Nora is quiet until we're halfway to school. Are you really making us leave? I'm making your mother leave. I correct gently. You and Poppy are welcome any time. Mom's going to make this really hard, isn't she? Probably. I glance at her. But sometimes doing the right thing isn't easy. My phone buzzes. Tessa. You're prepared to lose her forever, right? At a red light, I type back. She lost me already. I'm just catching up. When I return home, Penelope and Kylie are gone. But the damage remains. A new Facebook post from Kylie about betrayal and heartless sisters, already gathering sympathetic comments. I start typing a response, then pause. Let her rant. Let her play victim. The truth has a way of surfacing, like bodies in water. My phone buzzes again. A text from Vincent. Just saw Kylie's posts. Also saw your evidence. My lawyer will be very interested in those alimony claims she made to the court. I smile, thinking of that non-refundable resort booking. Sometimes karma needs a little push, but once it starts rolling, another text arrives, this one from Nora. Thank you for being the grown-up Mom won't be, and that, more than anything, tells me I'm doing the right thing. Karma, it turns out, has impeccable timing and a wicked sense of humor. What do you mean you can't refund the deposit? Kylie's voice carries through the house as she paces, phone pressed to her ear. No, You don't understand. I need that money for a new apartment. I sip my coffee, watching her unravel from the kitchen. The Crystal Bay Resort representative on the other end keeps repeating the same thing. Non-refundable means non-refundable. But it's $4,000. Her voice cracks. This is ridiculous. Let me speak to your manager. Nora slides onto the bar stool next to me. Mom's been on the phone all morning. I noticed. I push a plate of toast toward her. How are you holding up? Better than her. Nora nods toward Kylie, who's now threatening legal action. All her friends stopped calling after your post. Even Tyler blocked her. The evidence I shared hit harder than expected. Screenshots of Kylie's bragging texts, bank statements showing her hidden savings, the recording of her mocking my generosity. One by one, her supporters vanished. This is all your fault. Kylie storms into the kitchen, phone clutched like a weapon. You knew about the booking when you served that eviction notice. Just like you knew about your savings when you claimed poverty. I raise an eyebrow. Karma's interesting that way. I have to find a place in less than a month. That deposit was supposed to be your first month's rent. I finish. Guess you'll have to dip into those secret savings after all. Her face crumples. I don't have any savings left. I spent it all on the trip, the shopping sprees, the salon visits. Nora quietly slips away, leaving us alone. The girls need stability. Kylie tries, switching tactics. You can't just... Don't. My voice is steel. Don't you dare use them as shields again. My phone buzzes. A text from Vincent. Court date set for alimony review. Your evidence is very interesting to my lawyer. Kylie's phone chimes too. Her face goes pale as she reads the message. Vincent's reducing the alimony. She whispers. He can't do that. Actually, he can. Lying about living expenses to the court. Not your smartest move. She sinks into a chair, designer handbag sliding to the floor. What am I supposed to do? Get a job. Find an apartment. Be an adult. I have interviews lined up, she says quickly. Good ones? At... Real ones this time? I cut in. Or more lies? She deflates. I might have something at the mall, part-time. Start there. Later that evening, I find Poppy crying in her room. I don't want to leave, Aunt Maria. I sit beside her on the bed. Sometimes changes are hard, sweetie, but necessary. Can't we stay with you instead of Mom? The question hits like a punch to the gut. That's not how it works, Pops. But Mom's always angry now. She keeps saying mean things about you on the phone. I hug her close, feeling her small shoulders shake. Your Mom's going through a tough time, but she loves you. Not as much as she loves shopping. Nora says from the doorway. I found more hidden bags in her closet. Designer stuff, tags still on. My phone buzzes again. A group text from family members. Saw Kylie at the mall, filling out applications. Never thought we'd see the day. Another text follows. Remember when she claimed she couldn't work because of trauma from the divorce? While planning luxury vacations. The family tide has turned. Every lie exposed, every manipulation revealed. Kylie's carefully constructed victim narrative crumbling like a sandcastle at high tide. That night, I hear her crying in her room. Part of me wants to comfort her, the big sister part that's been protecting her since we were kids. But that's what got us here. You okay? Tessa asks when I call her. She's looking at studio apartments now, I say. Reality's hitting hard. Good. Let it hit. The girls are struggling, though. The girls are seeing consequences in action, Tessa corrects. That's not a bad lesson. After we hang up, I check my email. A message from Crystal Bay Resort confirms they've filled Kylie's cancelled room. No refund possible. Her dream vacation transformed into someone else's getaway. Another email arrives from Vincent's lawyer, requesting a formal statement about Kylie's living arrangements and expenses. The truth she tried to bury, coming back to bury her instead. Karma, with its perfect timing. I close my laptop and listen to the quiet sounds of my house. Kylie's stopped crying. The girls are asleep. Tomorrow she'll look at more apartments, fill out more applications, face more consequences, and I'll watch, not with satisfaction, but with the heavy knowledge that sometimes love means letting someone fall, even if that someone is your sister. Moving day arrives without fanfare. No tearful goodbyes, no dramatic scenes. Just Kylie silently loading boxes into her newly leased Honda Civic, a far cry from the luxury SUV she'd been eyeing last month. Need help? I ask, watching her struggle with a particularly heavy box. I've got it. Her voice is flat, defeated. The designer sunglasses are gone, replaced by dark circles under her eyes. Nora appears with her backpack. Mom, where should I put my stuff? In the car, honey. We need to get going before rush hour. I catch Nora's arm as she passes. You know you can visit any time, right? She hugs me tight. Promise you won't change the Netflix password? Promise. Poppy runs down the stairs, clutching a drawing. Aunt Maria, I made this for you. The paper shows 3 stick figures, me, Nora, and Poppy, standing in front of my house. Kylie isn't in the picture. It's beautiful, Pops. I hug her, catching Kylie's pained expression over her shoulder. We should go, Kylie says quietly. The landlord's waiting with the keys. Her new place is a 2-bedroom apartment above a laundromat. The rent matches her part-time mall salary, with Vincent's reduced alimony covering utilities. No more luxury shopping. No more spa days. As she loads the last box, she pauses. I never thought it would end like this. It doesn't have to be an ending. She laughs bitterly. Right, because you'll totally forgive me after everything. Forgiveness isn't the same as forgetting. I cross my arms. Or enabling. Mom! Poppy calls from the car. Can we get ice cream on the way? Not today, sweetie. We need to save money for... She stops, reality hitting her again. No more impulse treats. No more casual spending. I could take them for ice cream, I offer. Give you time to unpack. Why are you being nice to me? Her voice cracks. After everything I did? Because you're still my sister, and they're still my nieces. I meet her eyes. But this time there are boundaries. My phone buzzes. A text from Wesley. Great work on the quarterly report. Whatever was distracting you seems resolved. The girls have my number. I tell Kylie. They can call any time. She nods, tears finally falling. I really messed up, didn't I? Yes, but you can fix it. Start with them. I gesture to the girls in the car. Show them their mother can change. Later that evening, my house feels eerily quiet. No teenage music, no Disney movies, no midnight phone calls. Just peace. My phone chimes. A message from Nora. Mom actually cooked dinner. It was terrible, but she tried. Another text follows. She also applied for a full-time position at the mall, assistant manager training. I smile, remembering Kylie's words about being too good for retail work. Amazing what reality can teach you. The doorbell rings. It's Tessa with takeout and wine. So, she says, settling on my couch, how does it feel to have your house back? Quiet. I pour the wine. Almost too quiet. Having second thoughts? No. I'm surprised by how much I mean it. Just adjusting. My phone buzzes again. A text from Vincent. Kylie asked about financial planning courses at the community college. Whatever you did, it worked. You know, Tessa says, reading over my shoulder, this could have gone very differently. How so? You could have kept enabling her. Let her stay. Let her drain you dry. Like Mom did? Exactly. She raises her glass. 2 breaking cycles. Another text arrives, this time from Kylie. The girls miss you. Maybe Sunday dinner next week? I'll cook. Or try to. I show Tessa the message. You going to go? I think about Nora's determined face, about Poppy's drawings, about Kylie finally facing reality. Yes, I reply to the text, but I'll bring back up lasagna. Kylie's response is immediate. Fair enough. I have a lot to make up for. At least she knows it now. Tessa observes. I walk to my window, looking out at my quiet street. No more designer shopping bags littering the driveway. No more late-night gossip calls. No more lies. You know what the hardest part was? I turn back to Tessa. Not the confrontation, not the eviction. It was realizing that sometimes love means watching someone struggle. And the easiest part? I smile, thinking of Nora's text about dinner, of Poppy's drawing, of Kylie finally growing up, sleeping through the night, I say, knowing I didn't burn the bridge. I just stopped letting her cross without paying the toll. My phone buzzes one last time. A photo from Nora, Kylie surrounded by moving boxes, actually unpacking instead of shopping online. The caption reads, Progress? I text back, progress, because sometimes that's enough.
I should have known something was wrong when my mother-in-law insisted on hosting the welcome party for my daughter. But there I stood, 3 weeks postpartum, watching Yolanda arrange finger sandwiches while cooing over my baby Ella like she owned her. I'm Lindsay, and this is how my husband and his mother tried to destroy me, and how I made them regret it. Oh, darling, you look... well, you're trying your best, Yolanda said, adjusting my dress strap like I was a child. Perhaps some more concealer under those eyes. I forced a smile, clutching Ella closer to my chest. The living room was filling with guests, mostly Casey's colleagues and family friends. My sister Vivian couldn't make it, stuck in court. Now I wonder if Yolanda planned it that way. Where's Casey? I asked, scanning the room for my husband. Oh, finishing up some work calls. You know how important his position is. Yolanda's smile didn't reach her eyes. Unlike maternity leave, which is basically a vacation. Before I could respond, my former best friend Marley swooped in. Lindsay, you're actually up and dressed. She exchanged knowing looks with Yolanda. We were all so worried when you wouldn't answer calls last week. I was recovering from a C-section, I said flatly. Doctor's orders. Of course, Marley patted my arm, though my cousin bounced right back. Casey finally emerged from his home office, perfectly groomed in his casual blazer. He kissed my cheek, cold, mechanical, and immediately reached for Ella. Let me take her, honey. You look tired. The room hushed as Yolanda clinked her glass. My stomach dropped as I watched her command everyone's attention. This wasn't a spontaneous toast. Friends, family, thank you for coming to welcome our precious Ella. Yolanda's voice carried that false warmth I'd grown to hate. As you know, becoming a mother is challenging. Some women adapt naturally, while others... She paused, eyes finding mine. Others need more support. The silence grew heavy. Casey stood beside his mother, still holding our daughter, not looking at me. Which is why Casey and I have made arrangements. Yolanda gestured to manila envelopes being distributed by the catering staff. "We've prepared a care plan. I'll be moving in temporarily to assume primary caretaking duties while Lindsay focuses on her recovery." The room exploded in whispers. I stood frozen, watching guests pull out glossy documents detailing my supposed instability. 3 weeks of concerning behaviour, documentation of maternal reluctance, even quotes from my private therapy sessions, the ones Casey had insisted I attend with his mother's recommended doctor. "It's for the best, honey," Casey finally spoke, bouncing our daughter. "Mum knows what she's doing." I felt the room spinning, but not from shock, from rage, pure, crystallizing rage. "Lindsay?" Marley touched my arm. "Maybe you should sit." I smiled, calm, collected. "Actually, I think I'll take Ella for her feeding." Oh, I can do that," Yolanda stepped forward. "We have bottles ready." "No," my voice cut through the room. "My daughter, my breast milk, my decision." I took Ella from Casey's arms, his face flickering with uncertainty at my steadiness. As I walked upstairs, I heard Yolanda smoothly steering the conversation toward refreshments. In the nursery, I held Ella close, breathing in her perfect newborn scent. They thought they'd blindsided me. They thought this carefully orchestrated humiliation would break me. My phone buzzed. A text from Vivian. "Court filing confirmed. Operation Karma starts Monday." I kissed Ella's forehead, a cold smile spreading across my face. While they'd been planning their little intervention, I'd been planning too. Every manipulative text, every financial document, every recorded conversation where Yolanda talked about taking over once the baby arrived, all safely backed up and in my lawyer's hands. They wanted to paint me as unstable? Fine. I'd show them what happens when you back a mother into a corner. "Your grandma and daddy made a big mistake, sweet girl," I whispered to Ella. "They thought Mummy was weak. They forgot I made partner at my firm by age 30. They forgot I specialised in crisis management." Another text from Vivian. "You okay?" I typed back one word. "Ready." The party continued below, Yolanda's laugh carrying up the stairs. Let them celebrate. Let them think they've won. Come Monday, they'd learn what real instability looks like. They wanted a war? I'd give them annihilation. After the last guest left, I sat in the nursery's rocking chair, my laptop balanced on the armrest, while Ella slept in her crib. The house below echoed with the sounds of Casey and Yolanda cleaning up, probably congratulating themselves on their perfect ambush. My fingers flew across the keyboard, sending Vivian the final pieces she needed. 3 years of marriage, and I'd documented everything. "You've got enough to bury them," Vivian said when she called. "The financial records alone." "They'll try to use the postpartum against me," I said quietly, watching Ella's chest rise and fall. "Yolanda's got that therapist in her pocket. That's why we moved first. Judge Matthews already has the emergency custody petition. The financial fraud allegations are just the nuclear option." I heard footsteps on the stairs. "Got to go, coming over tomorrow?" "With bells on. And Lindsay?" "You're not crazy. You're just surrounded by crazy." Casey appeared in the doorway as I ended the call. "Who was that?" "Vivian, checking in." I closed my laptop. "Since she couldn't make it to your mother's little presentation." He had the decency to look uncomfortable. "Look, I know it seemed harsh, but we're worried about you. The crying, the paranoia about letting anyone hold Ella. You mean letting your mother hold Ella while she criticizes my breastfeeding technique? See, this is exactly what I mean. Mum's trying to help, and you're being defensive." I stood up slowly, my C-section scar still tender. "Remember last month? When Yolanda suggested putting her name on Ella's birth certificate as a precaution? She was joking." "Was she joking when she accessed my therapy records? When she told your aunt I might have postpartum psychosis, Casey ran his hands through his hair, his tell when he's losing control of a situation. You're twisting things. Mum's moving in tomorrow. We've already decided. No, I said simply. She's not. Lindsay? I have breast milk stored in the freezer. I'm taking Ella to Vivian's tonight. You can explain to your mother why her bedroom takeover needs to wait. His face darkened. You're not taking my daughter anywhere. Our daughter. And yes, I am. Unless you want me calling the police to report how your mother obtained my private medical records. Pretty sure that's a HIPAA violation. The threat landed. Casey stepped back, that familiar mask of calm sliding into place. Fine. One night? But we're discussing this tomorrow. Oh, we'll definitely be having discussions tomorrow. I packed quickly. I'd prepared a bag days ago when I first noticed Yolanda bringing over extra clothes. Just in case. Casey watched from the doorway as I strapped Ella into her car seat. Don't do anything stupid, he warned. I smiled, thinking of the court papers already being processed. I never do. Vivian's apartment was a 20th floor haven with a spare room already set up for us. She opened the door in her pajamas, legal papers spread across her coffee table. Holy shit, she said, taking in my face. You really are you scary calm about this? Calm is a weapon, I replied, settling Ella into the portable crib. What have you found? She held up a stack of bank statements. Remember that inheritance from Grandma last year? The one Casey convinced you to invest in his company's new project. The tech startup. What about it? It never went to the startup. Yolanda diverted it into a private account. Casey's signature is all over the transfers. I felt my hand shake for the first time that day. How much? 250,000. That's... I sat heavily on the couch. That's theft. That's why Judge Matthews expedited the hearing. Vivian poured us both wine. The custody filing was concerning, but the financial fraud? That's criminal. Casey will claim I authorized it. Casey can claim whatever he wants. We have the paper trail. She handed me a glass. The real question is, how far do you want to take this? I thought about the pamphlets at the party, the whispers, the way Casey held our daughter while his mother announced her plan to take over my role. All the way, I said, taking a sip. I want them to regret ever thinking they could take my baby. They'll play dirty. They already have. I pulled out my phone, showing her the texts already coming in from Marley and other friends, all concerned about my erratic behaviour in leaving the house. Flying monkeys, Vivian muttered, right on schedule. Let to them come. Every worried text, every call about my mental state, it's all evidence of harassment. Ella stirred in her sleep, making those tiny noises that melted my heart. I touched her tiny hand, her fingers wrapping instinctively around mine. Tomorrow, I said softly, we show them what a real intervention looks like. The next morning, I drove to my old office building, Ella securely strapped in her carrier. Otto was waiting in the coffee shop across the street, his familiar grin warming something in my chest I thought had frozen solid. There's my favourite tiny human, he cooed at Ella before looking up at me. And her warrior mum, you look like hell? Actually, you look dangerous. He pulled out my chair. I like it. I'd worked with Otto for 5 years before my maternity leave. He'd been the first to notice something was off when Casey started managing my pregnancy. Remember when he insisted on coming to every doctor's appointment? Otto asked, stirring his coffee. Said he was being supportive? While texting his mother updates about my concerning questions to the doctor. I adjusted Ella's blanket. I should have seen it then. You were busy growing a human. Speaking of... He reached into his messenger bag. I found those email threads you asked about. The ones where Casey discussed your temporary replacement. My hand stilled. From when? 4 months into your pregnancy, way before any maternity leave discussions. I scanned the printed emails. Casey had been planning with HR to transition my accounts permanently, citing concerns about my work-life balance after the baby. He was setting me up to be a stay-at-home mum under his mother's supervision. "Keep reading," Otto said grimly. There it was, Yolanda's name in Casey's correspondence with his boss, Gareth. Discussions about a family office arrangement using my inheritance as seed money. That manipulative son of a... Careful, Otto gestured at Ella. Little ears. My phone buzzed. Marley, again. I let it go to voicemail. "She's been calling all morning," I explained. "Probably reporting back to Yolanda." "About that?" Otto leaned forward. "You know she's been sleeping with Casey's cousin, right? The one who works at the investment firm handling your inheritance." The pieces clicked. That's how they got the account information. Bingo. Otto's eyes softened. "I'm sorry, Lindsay. I should have told you sooner about Marley." "No, this is perfect." I pulled out my phone, typing quickly. "Watch this." I sent a group text to several gossip-prone colleagues. "Having coffee with Otto. He just told me the most shocking thing about Casey. Can't believe he'd risk everything for someone else while I was pregnant. No wonder his mum's trying to take control." Otto's eyes widened. "You didn't actually accuse him of..." "Nope, just planted the seed. Let their guilty consciences fill in the blanks." My phone immediately lit up with responses. I silenced it, knowing the rumour mill was already spinning. "You're scary good at this," Otto said admiringly. "I learned from the best. Yolanda's been playing these games for years." I stood up, adjusting Ella's carrier. "Thanks for the emails. They'll help." "Lindsay?" Otto caught my hand. "When this is over, maybe we could..." My phone rang. "Vivian." "Sorry, I have to take this." Stepping outside, I answered what she says. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. Everything's beautifully right. Check your email." I pulled up my inbox while balancing Ella. There it was, a forwarded message from an anonymous account. What am I looking at? Financial records from Yolanda's personal foundation, the one she uses for her charity work. Vivian's voice dripped satisfaction. Turns out she's been embezzling from it for years, including the money she used to pay off your therapist. My hand shook as I scrolled through the documents. Who sent this? Someone who signed it Karma's accountant. My money's on Casey's boss, Gareth. He's been trying to get Yolanda's influence out of the company for years. I watched Otto through the coffee shop window, talking softly to a coworker. He caught my eye and smiled. That same supportive smile he'd given me when I first suspected something was wrong in my marriage. "Vivian, I need you to move up the timeline. How fast can we file everything?" "The papers are ready. Just say when." I looked down at Ella, peaceful in her carrier, unaware of the storm about to break. "Tomorrow, during Casey's big presentation to the board." "That's ruthless." Vivian paused. "I love it." My phone buzzed with another text. Casey this time. "Mum's upset. You're not answering her calls. Come home. We can work this out." I typed back. "You're right. Let's talk tomorrow. After your presentation." Looking up, I caught Otto watching me again. He raised his coffee cup in a mock toast, and I felt a flutter that had nothing to do with revenge. Tomorrow, I'd burn Casey's world down. But today, for the first time in months, I felt like myself again. The next morning, I dressed carefully in my old power suit, the one I wore to close my biggest deals. Ella matched in a pristine white onesie, the picture of a well-cared-for baby. Appearances matter when you're about to destroy someone's life. "Ready for our little visit?" I cooed to Ella, checking my hidden voice recorder. Yolanda opened her front door with obvious surprise. "Lindsay, I've been trying to reach you." I know, I came to apologize. The lie tasted sweet. May I come in? Her house was a shrine to control. Everything perfectly placed, photos of Casey everywhere, but none of me. She led us to her immaculate living room, practically vibrating with satisfaction. I'm so relieved you're being sensible, she said, reaching for Ella. Casey was worried you might do something rash. I held Ella closer. Actually, I wanted to understand something first. The foundation money. How long have you been using it to manipulate Casey's life? The colour drained from her face. I don't know what you're talking about. The therapist you paid to diagnose me with postpartum depression? The one who conveniently shared all my sessions with you? I pulled out my phone, playing a recording. She confessed everything this morning. Something about not wanting to lose her license. Yolanda's mask cracked. You ungrateful little... Careful, I warned, still recording. Remember who's holding the baby. That baby should have been mine to raise. She caught herself, lowering her voice. Casey was perfect before you. Perfect. Then you got pregnant, and suddenly he's questioning everything. The company investments, my involvement in his life. His life, not mine, not Ella's. You have no idea what it takes to build a legacy. Yolanda stepped closer. That inheritance of yours, it's protecting Casey's future. Your postpartum confusion would have wasted it on some daycare business. Got her. The recording caught every word. My phone buzzed. Vivienne. Court orders signed. Green light. Thank you, Yolanda, I said calmly. That's exactly what I needed to hear. What? A confession about the inheritance, the fraud. All of it. She lunged for my phone, but I stepped back. You recorded me? You can't. That's illegal. Single party consent state. I smiled. I consented. The doorbell rang. Yolanda froze as a man's voice called out, Legal courier service. That would be your cease and desist order, I explained, bouncing Ella gently. The fraud investigation notice should arrive this afternoon. You wouldn't dare. Casey would never let you. Casey's about to have his own problems. I checked my watch. In about 30 minutes, actually. Yolanda grabbed her phone, hands shaking. No signal. What did you do? Me? Nothing. But cell towers do mysteriously go down sometimes. Usually back up in an hour or so. Just long enough for certain presentations to go uninterrupted. The courier knocked again. Yolanda's face contorted with rage. Get out of my house! Gladly, but first... I placed a final envelope on her perfect coffee table. Divorce papers. I had them drawn up weeks ago when I first found the transfer records. You should be proud. I learned manipulation from the best. I'll destroy you, she hissed. No, I said softly. You already tried that. At my daughter's welcome party. Remember? Ella began to fuss. Perfect timing. I headed for the door, pausing in the doorway. Oh, and Yolanda. The foundation board meets this afternoon. Funny how many anonymous tips they've received about financial irregularities. The courier was still waiting. I nodded to him as I left, Yolanda's scream of frustration following me down the walkway. My phone buzzed back to life as I drove away, right on schedule. 3 missed calls from Casey. A text from Vivienne. Court recorder, ready for the presentation? On her way, I replied. Another message popped up. Otto. Just saw Casey. He's reviewing his slides, totally clueless. You sure about this? I thought about the pamphlets at the party, the whispers, the planned destruction of my motherhood. Absolutely sure, I texted back. Ella cooed from her car seat as I parked near Casey's office building. In 20 minutes, his carefully constructed world would shatter. The court recorder would capture every moment. Gareth would witness his star employee's fall. My phone lit up with a final text from Casey. "Running late? Save me a seat?" "Don't worry," I wrote back. "I wouldn't miss this for the world." I checked my makeup in the rearview mirror, adjusted Ella's bow, and grabbed the final envelope from my briefcase. Time to show them what a real intervention looks like. The boardroom buzzed with pre-presentation energy. Casey stood at the front, arranging his slides, every hair perfectly in place. He faltered slightly when I walked in with Ella, but recovered quickly. "Honey, I didn't expect—" He moved to kiss my cheek. I stepped aside. "Don't let me interrupt. I'm just here to watch." Gareth entered, his eyebrows rising at my presence. I gave him a slight nod, our signal that everything was in place. He'd been surprisingly eager to help once I'd shown him the evidence of Yolanda's financial manipulations within the company. "Quite a turnout," Gareth commented, taking his seat. "Even brought a court reporter to document your big proposal, Casey." Casey beamed, missing the edge in his boss's voice. "Well, it is a landmark deal." The door opened again. A sheriff's deputy entered, document folder in hand. "Mr. Casey Harrison?" Casey's smile flickered. "Can this wait? I'm about to begin a presentation." "No, sir, it cannot." The deputy stepped forward. "You've been served." The room fell silent as Casey took the papers with trembling hands. I watched his face as he read. Confusion, shock, rage. His eyes snapped to mine. "What is this?" "Emergency custody hearing," I said calmly, "plus some interesting financial fraud allegations. You might want to read the part about your mother's foundation." "You can't—" He looked around the room, realizing his audience. "This is my presentation." "Oh, don't stop on my account." I settled into a chair, adjusting Ella's blanket. "I'm sure the board would love to hear about the tech startup, the one you diverted my inheritance into. Or was that money actually funding your mother's private accounts?" Gareth stood up. "Casey, is there something you need to tell us about the investment structure?" "This is ridiculous." Casey's composure cracked. "She's unstable. Postpartum depression. My mother has documentation from the therapist she paid off." I pulled out my phone, playing Yolanda's confession from earlier. The colour drained from Casey's face as his mother's voice filled the room. "That inheritance of yours, it's protecting Casey's future." "Turn that off," he whispered. "Why? Isn't this what you wanted? Everything out in the open?" The board members shifted uncomfortably. One pulled out his phone, no doubt checking the company's legal exposure. "Casey," Gareth's voice was steel, "is this true about the diverted investments?" "I can explain." "To the SEC," I cut in. "They're very interested in where that money went." Casey lunged for my phone, but the deputy stepped between us. Ella started crying, right on cue. "Don't worry," I said, standing up. "We're leaving. I just wanted you to experience what public humiliation feels like. Remember my daughter's welcome party?" "Our daughter," he snarled. "Check the custody papers again. As of this morning, that's debatable." Gareth cleared his throat. "I think we need to suspend this presentation. Casey, my office, now." I headed for the door, pausing to address the room. "I apologise for the disruption. I just believe in transparency, especially when it comes to financial fraud and attempted parental alienation." The boardroom erupted in whispers as I left. Through the glass walls, I watched Casey follow Gareth, his perfect posture crumbling. My phone buzzed. Vivienne. "Yolanda got her papers. She's trying to access the foundation accounts." "Too late," I texted back. "Gareth froze everything this morning." Another message popped up from Marley. "How could you do this to him?" I typed, "Ask your boyfriend, Casey's cousin, the one who helped steal my inheritance." Silence. In the lobby, Otto waited with a coffee. "Need a getaway driver?" "Actually." I looked down at Ella, now peaceful again. Want to grab lunch? I have a feeling Casey will be busy with lawyers for a while. You're terrifyingly calm about all this. I learned from Yolanda. Appearance is everything. I let my hands shake finally. But I could use a friend right now. Otto touched my arm gently. You've got one. And, hey, you just took down an entire conspiracy in under an hour, while holding a baby. The day's not over, I said, checking my phone. Vivian's filing the criminal charges this afternoon. Remind me never to cross you. Through the glass doors, I watched Casey emerge from Gareth's office, security escort in tow. He saw me watching and mouthed something that looked like, please. I turned away. Let's get that lunch. I have a feeling my appetite's about to come back. Otto held the door, and for the first time in months, I walked out into the sunlight without looking over my shoulder. The voicemail started at midnight. I sat in Vivian's guest room listening to Casey unravel in real time. Baby, please. We can fix this. Delete. You're making a huge mistake. Delete. My mother is having a breakdown. Delete. If you don't call me back, I swear to God. Delete. Ella stirred in her crib as my phone lit up again. Marley this time. I answered on speaker, letting Vivian record from her laptop. How dare you? Marley hissed. Do you know what you've done? Exposed your role in stealing my inheritance. Yes, I do. I never... That's not... She faltered. James was just helping Casey protect you from yourself. James, Casey's cousin, the investment manager who conveniently started dating my best friend right when I got pregnant. Silence. Tell me, Marley, how much did they pay you to spy on me? It wasn't like that. We were worried about you. The way you kept questioning Casey's decisions, fighting Yolanda's help. You mean the way I noticed my money disappearing? A knock at the door made me jump. Vivian checked the security camera and mouthed, Yolanda. Got to go, I told Marley. Enjoy the SEC investigation. Yolanda's voice carried through the door. Lindsay, open up, right now. Should I call the police? Vivian whispered. I shook my head, pressing record on my phone. Let her dig her grave deeper. Opening the door revealed a dishevelled Yolanda, mascara smeared, designer outfit wrinkled. You vindictive little witch. Good evening to you too. You're violating the restraining order. The foundation board suspended me. She tried to push past me, but Vivian blocked her. 20 years of reputation destroyed. Karma's interesting that way. I'll tell everyone about your episodes, she threatened. How you wouldn't let anyone help with Ella. How you isolated Casey. You mean like this? I played back her confession from earlier. The boar already has a copy. So does your pastor, by the way. The one you bragged to about saving my baby? Yolanda's face crumpled. He was perfect before you. My perfect boy. And now he's facing fraud charges. Funny how actions have consequences. My phone buzzed. Otto. Just saw Casey leaving the office. Box of personal items. Security escort. Speaking of consequences, I showed Yolanda the message. Looks like Casey's perfect career is over too. She lunged at me, but Vivian was faster. In seconds, Yolanda was face down, my sister's law school self-defense classes proving useful. That's assault, Vivian said calmly, dialing 911. On camera, with witnesses. You've ruined everything, Yolanda screamed as police sirens approached. No, I said, checking on a now crying Ella. You did that when you tried to steal my daughter. The police were professional, efficient. As they led Yolanda away, one officer paused. Ma'am, your husband's been trying to reach you. Ex-husband, I corrected. And yes, I know. After they left, Vivian poured wine. You okay? No. I let out a shaky breath. But I will be. My phone lit up with messages, flying monkeys emerging to defend Casey and Yolanda, each text more desperate than the last. "They're scared," Vivian observed. "The whole house of cards is falling." A new message appeared from Gareth. "Board meeting tomorrow. Bringing forensic accountants. Need your documentation." "Already sent," I replied. Another text from an unknown number. "This is James. Marley told me everything. I'll testify." "Rats fleeing the ship," Vivian said. Otto called next. "Hey, you need anything? I can bring dinner." "Actually," I looked at Vivian, who nodded encouragingly. "That would be nice." After hanging up, I checked the security camera feed from my house, the one Casey didn't know about. He was there, sitting in his car, staring at the dark windows. "Should we warn him about the new locks?" Vivian asked. "Let him figure it out." I watched him on the screen. He needs to understand what it feels like to be locked out of your own life. Ella made those tiny baby noises that melted my heart. I picked her up, breathing in her perfect scent. "Your daddy and grandma thought they could take you away," I whispered. "They forgot that mothers are built for war." My phone buzzed one last time. Casey. "Please, I'm outside our house. Just talk to me." I typed back, "No, but you can talk to my lawyers tomorrow. Bring your mother and your accountant." Then I turned off my phone, held my daughter, and waited for Otto to arrive with dinner. Tomorrow would bring more battles, but tonight I'd won the war. The courthouse hallway buzzed with tension. Casey sat with his lawyer, his perfect appearance finally cracking. Wrinkled shirt, dark circles under his eyes. Yolanda perched beside him, clutching her designer handbag like a shield. They both flinched when I walked in with Ella. "All rise," the bailiff called. Judge Matthews studied the room, her eyes sharp. "Quite a mess we have here. Custody dispute tangled with financial fraud. Let's start with the money." Casey's lawyer stood. "Your Honour, my client was acting in his wife's best interest." "By stealing her inheritance?" Vivian interrupted, spreading documents across the table. "We have proof of systematic fraud, including Mrs. Harrison's recorded confession." "Objection. That recording was obtained under single-party consent law," Judge Matthews finished. "I've reviewed it, along with the Foundation's records." She turned to Casey. "Care to explain why your mother's charity was paying for your wife's therapist?" Casey stood, straightening his tie. "Your Honour, we were concerned about Lindsay's mental state." "So concerned you documented everything?" I spoke up, bouncing Ella gently. "Every episode carefully noted, right after you moved my money." "Order," Judge Matthews warned, but I caught her slight nod. Yolanda burst forward. "She's manipulating everyone. She planned this." "Mrs. Harrison, sit down," the judge snapped. "Your Foundation's legal issues will be handled separately." The courtroom doors opened. Gareth entered with 2 men in suits. "Your Honour," Vivian said, "Mr. Townsend from the company board, with SEC investigators." Casey's face went ash white. "Perfect timing," Judge Matthews said. "Mr. Harrison, about those startup investments." "I can explain everything," Casey stammered. "Please do. Starting with this document showing you diverted funds 2 months before your daughter's birth." Ella chose that moment to coo loudly. Every head turned toward us. "Speaking of your daughter," the judge continued, "let's address custody. Mrs. Harrison, you have documentation of attempts to alienate you from your child." I handed over the party pamphlets. "They distributed these at my daughter's welcome party, 3 weeks after my C-section." "A welcome party where you announced taking over parental rights?" Judge Matthews asked Yolanda. "Without any legal standing?" "She wasn't bonding properly," Yolanda protested. "I had to step in. By paying a therapist to diagnose me." I pulled out more papers. The same therapist who just surrendered her license rather than face investigation. The judge reviewed everything silently. Casey kept trying to catch my eye, but I focused on Ella's perfect face. "I've seen enough," Judge Matthews finally said. "Mr. Harrison, your financial dealings will be investigated by the SEC. Mrs. Harrison Sr., you're facing separate charges for your role. As for custody..." The room held its breath. Full temporary custody to the mother, pending final divorce proceedings. Mr. Harrison, supervised visitation only, after completing parenting classes and psychological evaluation. "No!" Yolanda shrieked. "You can't!" "One more word," the judge warned, "and I'll add contempt of court. Mrs. Harrison Sr., you are barred from any contact with the child." Casey slumped in his chair. "Lindsay, please." "Save it," I said quietly. "Save it for your fraud trial." Outside the courtroom, Gareth approached. "The board voted. Casey's terminated, effective immediately. We'll cooperate fully with the investigation." "Thank you," I said, "for everything." I should have seen it sooner. Yolanda's influence was toxic from the start. Otto waited by the elevator, holding coffee and a diaper bag. "Need an escape route?" Before I could answer, Marley appeared. "Lindsay, wait. You have to understand." "I understand perfectly." I turned to face her. "You chose the wrong side. How's James handling the SEC investigation?" She fled in tears. "That was cold," Otto observed. "So was betraying your best friend." Casey emerged from the courtroom, eyes red. Can I hold her once?" "No." I stepped into the elevator. "Call my lawyer to schedule supervised visits after your psych eval." "I did it for us," he called as the doors closed. "For our family." Otto touched my shoulder gently. "You okay?" I looked down at Ella, peaceful in her carrier. "I will be. We both will be." My phone buzzed. Vivienne. "Judge just issued the restraining order against Yolanda. It's done." Not quite done, I thought, but close. "Want to grab lunch?" Otto asked. "You should eat something after destroying my husband's life?" I managed a small smile. "Yes, lunch sounds perfect." As we left the courthouse, I heard Yolanda's voice rising in another courtroom, something about foundation funds. But I didn't turn back. Some fires you light, then walk away and let them burn. The last box from Casey's study hit the donation pile with a satisfying thud. Otto held up a framed photo of Casey and Yolanda at some charity gala. "Keep or burn?" he asked. "Donate. Let someone else's fake family hang it up." Ella crawled across her playmat, babbling happily. She'd started pulling herself up on furniture, each milestone documented without Casey's hovering commentary or Yolanda's criticism. My phone buzzed. "Vivienne. SEC just announced charges. Turn on the news." I flicked on the TV. There was Casey being led out of his lawyer's office in handcuffs. The headline scrolled, "Executive charged in multi-million-dollar fraud scheme." They found more than just my inheritance, I told Otto. Turns out Yolanda's foundation was just the tip of the iceberg. "How's she handling prison?" According to her lawyer's latest appeal, not well. Apparently, designer jumpsuits aren't a thing. Otto gathered more papers from Casey's desk. "Hey, what's this?" It was a birthday card I'd given Casey last year. Inside, I'd written about my hopes for our future family. About trust and love and partnership. "Burn that one," I said quietly. The doorbell rang. Through the security camera, I saw Marley shifting nervously on the porch. "Want me to send her away?" Otto offered. "No, it's time." Marley looked smaller somehow, her designer clothes replaced with simple jeans. "I brought this." She held out a USB drive. "All the emails between James and Casey. About the money, about you, everything." "The SEC already has them." "I know, She wiped her eyes. "I'm sorry, I got caught up in their world. The status, the connections. James dumped me the day after the arrests." Karma's funny that way. Can you ever forgive me? I thought about trust, about friendship, about betrayal. No, but I can thank you. Thank me? If you hadn't helped them, I might have taken years to see who they really were. Now, Ella will grow up without their poison. Marley nodded slowly. You were always stronger than they thought. Goodbye, Marley. Inside, Otto was entertaining Ella with silly faces. Everything okay? Getting there. I picked up my daughter, breathing in her baby shampoo scent. Did you mean what you said? About staying? Through fraud investigations, family drama, and midnight feedings? He smiled. Try getting rid of me. My phone lit up. Casey's number. His weekly attempt at contact. Right on schedule. This time I answered. Lindsay, please. The prosecutor offered a deal. If you speak on my behalf. No. Mum's losing everything. The foundation, her reputation. Actions have consequences, Casey. You taught me that. I love you, he tried. I love Ella. You loved control, power, your mother's approval. Don't call again. I hung up, hands steady. Otto waited, patient as always. You know what's funny? I said, watching Ella play. They thought making me look unstable would break me. Instead, it made me document everything. Build evidence, prepare. Like a self-fulfilling prophecy in reverse. Exactly. I deleted Casey's number finally. They created their own destruction. The afternoon sun streamed through windows, no longer shadowed by Yolanda's surprise visits or Casey's monitoring. Ella laughed at something only babies understand. Want to get out of here? Otto asked. The park's having that food truck festival. Actually, I looked around at the half-packed house. Let's sell this place, start fresh. You sure? This was their house, their vision, time for our own. Our? I smiled, really smiled, for the first time in what felt like forever. If you want, he answered by kissing me softly, careful not to squish Ella between us. My phone buzzed one last time. Vivienne. Yolanda's appeal denied. Casey took the plea deal. It's over. But it wasn't over. It was beginning. A life without manipulation, without walking on eggshells, without perfect appearances, hiding ugly truths. Food trucks? I asked Otto. Food trucks, he agreed, already gathering Ella's diaper bag. Outside, the summer air felt clean, new. Ella waved at passing dogs. Otto held my hand. And somewhere in a prison visiting room, a mother and son faced the consequences of their actions. They tried to write my story. The unstable new mother, the needed intervention, the justified takeover. Instead, I'd written their ending. And now, finally, I was free to write my own.
The first thing I noticed wasn't the suitcases on the lawn. It was the way Pierce stood in the doorway, shoulders back, chin up, like he was posing for some invisible camera. Behind him, Veronica perched on the porch steps with her arms crossed, wearing that satisfied smirk I'd seen 1,000 times before. My name is Gwendolyn, and I'd just come home from grocery shopping to find my entire life scattered across the front yard. What's going on? I asked, setting down the bags. A can of tomatoes rolled toward the driveway. We need to talk, Pierce said, not moving from the doorway, not helping with the groceries, not even looking at the mess. About what? And why are my clothes? I want a divorce. The words hit like a slap. I stood there, car keys still in my hand, watching a neighbour slow down as they walked their dog. Mrs. Patterson from across the street had stopped watering her flowers. Pierce, what are you talking about? Don't make this harder than it needs to be. He stepped down, and I noticed he'd changed the locks. New brass deadbolt, still shiny. I've been thinking about this for months. Months? My voice cracked. You've been thinking about divorce for months and didn't tell me? Veronica finally spoke up. Oh, honey, you had to know this was coming. I turned to face her. Excuse me? A man needs a partner, not a burden. She stood up, smoothing her skirt. Pierce deserves someone who contributes, someone who brings home a paycheck instead of just spending his money. Spending his money? I laughed, but it came out sharp and bitter. I haven't spent a dime of Pierce's money in the renovations, Pierce interrupted. The kitchen remodel, the master bathroom, the deck. $40,000, Gwen. $40,000 of my money so you could play house. Play house? I stared at him. I managed every contractor, every permit, with my credit cards. You think I used your credit cards? I set my purse down slowly. You actually think I used your money for the renovations? I know you did. He pulled out his phone. I have the statements right here. Every transaction. Veronica nodded approvingly. She's been bleeding you dry for years, sweetheart. Thank God you finally see it. I looked between them, my husband of 15 years and the woman who'd been whispering poison in his ear since our wedding day. They stood there like a united front, like they'd rehearsed this moment. Where am I supposed to go? I asked. That's not my problem anymore. Pierce's voice was cold. You'll figure it out. You're resourceful when you want to be. What about Faith? Faith stays with me. She needs stability. I'm her mother. You're unemployed, Veronica said. What judge is going to give custody to someone with no income? I felt something shift inside me. A door closing, maybe, or opening. So that's it? 15 years and you're just throwing me out? You'll get what you're legally entitled to, Pierce said, which isn't much, considering you never contributed financially to this marriage. Never contributed financially. I repeated the words slowly. That's what you think? I know it. He crossed his arms. You gave up your career to play housewife. That was your choice. My choice. I nodded. Right. I walked to my car, ignoring the scattered belongings, the neighbors pretending not to stare. The way Veronica's smile grew wider with each step I took. Gwen, Pierce called out, I need your keys, house keys, garage remote, everything. I turned back. He held out his hand expectantly. I dropped the keys into his palm. Check the mail, I said. What? Check the mail, Pierce. There should be something from Jerome's law office. Arrived this morning. His face changed, just slightly. Jerome Craig? Why would your college friend be sending me mail? Oh, he's not just my college friend anymore. I got in my car. He's my attorney, has been for 3 months. Through the windshield, I watched Pierce's confident expression start to crack. Veronica stepped closer to him, her smirk fading. What did you do? Pierce asked. I started the engine. I prepared for war. As I drove away, I saw him in the rearview mirror, walking quickly toward the mailbox. Veronica followed, her heels clicking on the pavement. I'd been planning this moment for 97 days, ever since I'd overheard Pierce on the phone with someone named Natalia, promising her that the old ball and chain would be gone soon. They thought they were so clever. They thought I was just the helpless housewife who'd roll over and disappear. They had no idea what was coming. I pulled into Jerome's driveway and sat there for a moment, hands shaking on the steering wheel. My phone buzzed with a text from Pierce. Call me now. I deleted it without reading the rest. Jerome opened his front door before I even knocked. How did it go? Exactly like you said it would. I followed him inside. He thinks I'm broke and desperate. And Veronica? Practically dancing on the porch. I sank into his couch. They changed the locks, Jerome. Threw my stuff on the lawn like I was some deadbeat tenant. He poured 2 glasses of wine. Tell me what Pierce said about the renovations. That I spent $40,000 of his money playing house. I took a sip. He actually pulled out his phone to show me the credit card statements. Jerome smiled. Did you tell him about your grandmother's inheritance? Not yet. Let him think he's won for a few more hours. My phone rang. Pierce again. I declined the call. He's probably reading the legal documents right now, Jerome said. Want to walk through it again? Make sure you're ready for what comes next? I nodded. Start from the beginning. Jerome pulled out a thick folder. October 2019. Your grandmother Eleanor passes away and leaves you $200,000. Which I never told Pierce about, because you knew Veronica would find a way to get her hands on it. He flipped through pages. You used that money to purchase the house outright, then took out a mortgage in both your names to give Pierce the illusion he was contributing. The deed shows me as the primary owner with 72% equity. Correct. Then came the renovations. You paid for everything with your inheritance money, but you were smart about it. I remembered those months clearly. I had the contractors bill Pierce's credit cards, then I immediately paid them off from my secret account. Every single payment documented and traced back to your grandmother's inheritance. Jerome smiled. Pierce thinks he paid for those renovations, but legally you funded every penny. My phone buzzed with another text, then another. He's panicking, I said. Good, let him panic. Jerome closed the folder. The best part is the fraud angle. By claiming ownership of property he didn't pay for, by threatening to evict you from your own home, he's committed several crimes. What about Faith? We'll file for full custody tomorrow. Pierce's financial deception won't look good to a judge. The doorbell rang. Jerome and I looked at each other. That was fast, he said. Through the window, I saw Pierce's car in the driveway. He was pacing on the front porch, phone pressed to his ear. Let me handle this, Jerome said, but I was already walking to the door. I opened it. Pierce's face was red, his hair disheveled. What the hell is this? He waved the legal documents. Some kind of joke? Hello, Pierce. You look upset. You can't own the house. I bought that house. I pay the mortgage. You pay a mortgage, yes, but you didn't buy the house. I stepped onto the porch. I did. With what money? You don't have money. I had $200,000 from my grandmother. The same grandmother you and Veronica convinced me not to visit in her final months because she was too negative. His mouth opened and closed like a fish. Every renovation, every upgrade, every improvement you're so proud of, I paid for it, with my money, while you took credit. That's impossible. I have the credit card statements, which I paid off immediately from my personal account. Jerome has all the bank records. Pierce looked past me to where Jerome stood in the doorway. This is fraud. You can't just... Actually, Pierce, fraud is exactly what you committed. Jerome stepped forward. By claiming ownership of property you didn't purchase, by threatening to evict the legal owner, by hiding assets during a marriage. I didn't hide anything. The offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands suggest otherwise. Pierce went pale. How did you know about those? I've known for 2 years. I smiled. I know about a lot of things, Pierce, including Natalia. He stumbled backward. Gwen, I can explain. No need. My lawyer will be in touch about the wrongful eviction lawsuit, and the fraud charges, and the custody hearing. You can't take Faith from me. Watch me. Pierce's phone rang. He answered it without looking away from me. What? No, I can't come to the office right now. I'm dealing with... His face changed. What do you mean the IRS called? I turned to go back inside. Gwen, wait. We can work this out. We can... No, Pierce, we can't. I paused at the door. You wanted me gone because you thought I was worthless. Now you get to find out what your life looks like without the woman who built it. I closed the door and locked it. Through the window, I watched him stand there for a long moment before walking back to his car. Feel good? Jerome asked. It's just the beginning. 3 days later, I was setting up my laptop in Jerome's guest room when my phone rang. Faith's name flashed on the screen. Mom? Her voice was small, shaky. Hey, sweetheart, how are you holding up? Can you come get me, please? I sat up straighter. What's wrong? Grandma Veronica keeps saying things about you. horrible things, and Dad just sits there and lets her. What kind of things? She said you're a gold digger who never loved Dad. She said you're trying to steal our house because you're jealous of his success. Faith's voice cracked. She said you abandoned me. My hands clenched into fists. Faith, listen to me. None of that is true. I know, Mom, I know, but she won't stop. She follows me around the house, saying it over and over. Dad told her to back off, but then she started crying about how you're going to destroy the family. Where's your father now? He left an hour ago. Said he had to meet with lawyers. Grandma's making dinner and talking to herself about how she always knew you were trouble. I grabbed my keys. I'm coming to get you. You can't. Dad changed the locks, remember? And he said if you come to the house, he'll call the police. He can't keep you from seeing me, Faith. I'm your mother. I know, but... She lowered her voice. Mom, there's something else. I heard Dad and Natalia fighting last night. My blood went cold. Natalia was at the house? Yeah. She's been staying in the guest room since you left. But last night they were yelling in Dad's office. She was saying something about how this wasn't the plan, and Dad was telling her to calm down. What plan? I don't know. But she said something about her father being angry, and then she said your name. I pulled into the driveway of a coffee shop near Faith's school. Faith, I need you to listen carefully. Can you get out of the house without Veronica noticing? Maybe. She's watching her shows in the living room. There's a Starbucks on Maple Street, 2 blocks from your school. Can you walk there? I think so. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't tell anyone where you're going. Okay. Mom? Yeah? I'm scared. I know, baby. But everything's going to be okay, I promise. I hung up and called Jerome. They're using Faith as a weapon, I said when he answered. What happened? Veronica's emotionally abusing her, and Pierce is letting it happen. I pulled out of the parking lot. I'm going to get her. Gwen, be careful. If Pierce calls the police, let him. I'm not leaving my daughter in that house with those people. I found Faith sitting in the corner of the Starbucks, hood up, looking smaller than her 16 years. She jumped up when she saw me. Mom! She threw her arms around me. It's okay. You're safe now. I held her tight. Tell me exactly what Veronica said. We sat down, and Faith pulled out her phone. I recorded some of it. She played the audio. Veronica's voice came through clearly. Your mother is a manipulative woman who never worked a day in her life. She's trying to steal everything your father built because she's too lazy to build her own life. She abandoned you, Faith. She chose money over her own daughter. I felt sick. How long has she been saying things like this? Since the day you left. Dad told her to stop, but she waits until he's not around. Faith wiped her eyes. She said you're going to lose in court because no judge will give custody to an unemployed woman. Faith, I need you to know something. I didn't abandon you. I would never abandon you. I know, Mom. I know you wouldn't. And I'm not unemployed. I'm starting my own design consultancy. I already have 3 clients lined up. Her eyes widened. Really? Really, I've been working on it for months. I took her hands. Your father and grandmother want you to think I'm helpless, but I'm not. I'm going to fight for you. What about the house? Dad says you're trying to steal it. I'm not stealing anything. I own that house, Faith. I bought it with money my grandmother left me. Grandma Eleanor? But Dad said, your father has been lying about a lot of things, including the money he's been hiding from our family. Faith stared at me. What money? Money he put in secret accounts. Money that should have been used for your college fund, for our family's future. He's been stealing from us? In a way, yes. My phone buzzed. Pierce was calling. Don't answer it, Faith said quickly. Why? Because he's tracking your location through my phone. He'll know I'm with you. I stared at her. He's tracking you? He installed some app after you left. Says it's for my safety, but... She shrugged. Turn off your phone, right now. She powered it down. What do we do now? Now we go see Jerome, and then we file for emergency custody. Will it work? I looked at my daughter, my smart, brave daughter who'd been living in a house full of lies and manipulation for 3 days. It has to work, Faith, because I'm not letting them poison you against me. They can't, Mom. I see right through them. What do you mean? Grandma Veronica keeps talking about how Dad deserves better, but she doesn't know I heard her on the phone with someone yesterday. She was laughing about how easy it was to convince Dad to leave you. My blood ran cold. What exactly did she say? She said the plan worked perfectly, that you never saw it coming. Jerome's office felt like a war room. Legal documents covered every surface, and Faith sat in the corner chair, still shaken from our escape from Starbucks. Emergency custody hearing is set for tomorrow morning, Jerome said, hanging up his phone. Judge Martinez is taking this seriously, especially with the emotional abuse allegations. What about Pierce tracking Faith's phone? I asked. That's actually going to work in our favor. Surveillance of a minor without the other parent's consent? Not good for his case. Faith looked up from her homework. Mom, can I ask you something? Of course. Who's Natalia, really? Jerome and I exchanged glances. What do you mean? She's not just some random woman Dad met. When they were fighting, she knew things about our family, things from before I was born. Like what? She mentioned Uncle David's accident, but Uncle David died when I was 3. How would she know about that unless she's been watching our family for years, I finished. Jerome leaned forward. Faith, did you hear anything else about Natalia's father? She kept saying he was going to be furious if the plan didn't work, and that she was tired of pretending to care about Dad. Pretending? I felt a chill. Yeah, she said something like, I can't keep acting like I love him when all I want is to watch that witch burn. Which witch? Jerome asked. I think she meant Grandma Veronica. I stared at Faith. Are you sure? Pretty sure. She also said something about 20 years being a long time to wait for revenge. Jerome was already reaching for his phone. I'm calling Marcus. We need a private investigator on this. Jerome, I can't afford... Yes, you can. The house equity gives you plenty of collateral for a loan. He dialed. Marcus? It's Jerome. I need a full background check on someone named Natalia. Last name unknown, but she's involved with Pierce Wilkins. Yeah, the divorce case. While Jerome talked, Faith moved closer to me. Mum, there's something else. I found this in Dad's office. She pulled out a folded piece of paper. I was looking for my birth certificate for the custody hearing, and I found this in his filing cabinet. I unfolded it. It was a letter, handwritten in Veronica's careful script, dated 16 years ago. Pierce, I read aloud, I know you have doubts about the baby, but you must never let Gwendolyn know. What matters is that Faith believes you're her father. The truth would destroy everything we've built. The room went silent. Faith, I said carefully, where exactly did you find this? In a folder marked Personal V. There were other letters too, but I only took this one. Jerome finished his call and looked at the letter. Jesus Christ. What does it mean? Faith asked. I looked at my daughter, her dark hair, her green eyes, the way she tilted her head when she was thinking. All Pierce's features, or so I'd always thought. I don't know, sweetheart, but we're going to find out. Jerome's phone rang. Marcus, that was fast. What, are you sure? He grabbed a pen and started writing. Spell that last name. And the father's name is Raymond? Raymond Black? I felt the blood drain from my face. Raymond Black? You know that name? Jerome asked. Veronica mentioned him once, years ago. She said he was someone from her past who tried to ruin her reputation. Jerome was still on the phone. Marcus, I need everything you can find on Raymond Black and his connection to Veronica Wilkins. Yes, going back 20 years. He hung up and turned to us. Natalia's full name is Natalia Black. She's 27 years old, born in Chicago. Father is Raymond Black, a former business partner of Veronica's late husband. Veronica was married before Pierce's father? Faith asked. Apparently so, and according to Marcus's preliminary search, Raymond Black filed a lawsuit against Veronica in 2003 for embezzlement. The case was settled out of court. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. We need to talk. Meet me at the Riverside Diner on Oak Street at 8 p.m. Come alone. N. I showed the message to Jerome. Don't go, he said immediately. I have to. She has answers. It could be a trap, or it could be the break we need. I looked at Faith. Can you stay here with Jerome tonight? Mom, I don't want you to go alone. I'll be fine. I'll keep my phone on, and Jerome will know exactly where I am. Jerome sighed. If you're determined to do this, at least let me wire you for sound. Wire me? Voice recorder app on your phone. If she admits to anything, we'll have it on record. An hour later, I sat in my car outside the Riverside Diner, watching Natalia through the window. She looked nervous, checking her phone every few seconds. I walked in and slid into the booth across from her. Thank you for coming, she said. Start talking. My father sent me to destroy Veronica, but I never expected to actually like Pierce or to feel guilty about what we're doing to Faith. What exactly are you doing to Faith? Natalia's hands shook as she reached for her coffee. My father has been planning this for 20 years, ever since Veronica stole his business and left him with nothing. And you're his weapon. I was supposed to be. But now, she looked up at me. Now I think you and I might want the same thing, which is to watch Veronica burn. Natalia slid a manila envelope across the table. Everything you need to know about Veronica is in here. I didn't touch it. Why would you help me? Because I'm tired of being my father's puppet, and because Veronica destroyed more than just his business. She took a shaky breath. She destroyed my mother, too. Your mother? Sarah Black. She worked for Veronica's first husband's company. When my father discovered Veronica was embezzling, my mother was the accountant who helped him gather evidence. What happened to her? Veronica made sure she could never work in accounting again, spread rumors that she was the one stealing. My mother couldn't find work anywhere in the city. Natalia's voice cracked. She killed herself when I was 7. I stared at her. I'm sorry. My father raised me on stories about Veronica. How evil she was, how she needed to pay. He spent 20 years planning this revenge. And Pierce was just collateral damage? Pierce was the perfect target. Weak, easily manipulated, desperate for his mother's approval. She laughed bitterly. It was almost too easy to make him fall for me. I opened the envelope. Bank statements, legal documents, photographs. What am I looking at? Proof that Veronica has been stealing from Pierce for years. She has power of attorney over his accounts, and she's been transferring money to offshore accounts in her name. How much money? Over $300,000. Money that should have gone to Faith's college fund, to your family's savings. I flipped through the documents. How did you get these? Veronica trusts me. She thinks I'm the perfect daughter-in-law. She gave me access to Pierce's home office to help with family finances. Natalia smiled coldly. She has no idea I've been copying everything. What about the Cayman Islands accounts Jerome mentioned? Those are Pierce's. He's been hiding money from you for years, just like his mother taught him. She pulled out another folder. But he doesn't know about Veronica's accounts. She's been stealing from him too. I studied a bank statement dated 3 months ago. This shows a transfer of $50,000 to an account in Veronica's name. Money Pierce thought was going to Faith's college fund. Jesus. There's more. Veronica has been forging Pierce's signature on loan documents. She took out a second mortgage on your house without telling him. That's impossible. I would have seen the paperwork. Not if she had it sent to a P.O. box. Natalia handed me a key. Box 247 at the post office on Elm Street. She's been intercepting mail for months. My phone buzzed. Jerome was texting. Everything okay? I typed back. Still talking, getting good intel. There's something else, Natalia said. About Faith. My blood went cold. What about Faith? The letter she found? About Pierce not being her father? What about it? It's not true. Veronica wrote it to mess with Pierce's head, to make him doubt you. She wanted him to think you cheated. But why would she? Because she knew if Pierce ever suspected Faith wasn't his, he'd demand a paternity test. And when it came back positive, he'd realize his mother was lying about everything else too. I felt dizzy. So Faith is Pierce's daughter? Yes. But Veronica planted that letter knowing Pierce would find it eventually. She wanted to destroy his trust in you completely. That's sick. That's Veronica. Natalia leaned forward. She's been playing psychological games with your family for years. The constant criticism, the way she undermines you in front of Pierce, the way she turns him against you, it's all calculated. Why are you telling me this? Because I'm done being her weapon and because I want to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? I testify against Veronica and Pierce in court. I give you everything I have on their financial crimes. In exchange, you protect me from my father. Protect you how? He's going to be furious when he finds out I'm switching sides. He's not a stable man, Gwendolyn. He's been obsessed with revenge for 20 years. What do you want me to do about it? Let me testify under your lawyer's protection. Help me disappear after the trial. I have some money saved. I can start over somewhere else. I looked at the documents spread across the table. This is enough to destroy them both. It's enough to get you everything you want. Full custody of Faith, complete ownership of the house, and criminal charges against both Pierce and Veronica. What about your father? What happens when he realizes his plan failed? Natalia's face went pale. That's what I'm afraid of. He's been waiting 20 years for this moment. If he thinks I betrayed him, he'll come after you. He'll come after all of us. You, me, Faith, anyone he thinks got in his way. I gathered the documents. I need to show these to Jerome. There's one more thing. Natalia reached into her purse and pulled out a small recording device. I've been recording my conversations with Veronica for months. She admits to everything on here. The embezzlement, the psychological manipulation, even her plans to make sure you never see Faith again. She said that? She said she'd rather see Pierce lose custody to the state than let Faith live with you. I took the recorder. When do you want to meet with Jerome? Tomorrow morning, before the custody hearing. She stood up. Gwendolyn, I know I don't deserve your trust, but I'm trying to do the right thing now. Why should I believe you? Because we both want the same thing. We want Veronica to pay for what she's done. I watched her walk away, then sat in my car for a long time, staring at the evidence that would change everything. My phone rang. Jerome. How did it go? We're going to win, I said. We're going to win everything. The next morning, Jerome's office looked like a crime scene investigation. Documents covered every surface, and Natalia sat across from us, looking like she hadn't slept. Before we go to court, Jerome said, I need to understand exactly what we're dealing with. Natalia, tell me about your father. Raymond Black. He's 58, lives in Chicago, and he's been planning this revenge for 20 years. She pulled out her phone. He calls me every day for updates. What kind of updates? How close I am to Pierce. What I've learned about Veronica's finances when the divorce will be final. She showed us her call log. 17 calls yesterday alone. What happens when he finds out you're switching sides? I asked. He'll lose his mind. He's already unstable. Last month, he showed up at my apartment with a gun, ranting about how Veronica needed to pay for what she did to my mother. Jerome leaned forward. He threatened you with a gun? He wasn't threatening me. He was showing me what he planned to do to Veronica if I failed. Jesus Christ. Jerome grabbed his phone. I'm calling the police. No. Natalia grabbed his arm. You can't. If he gets arrested now, he'll know I betrayed him. He has friends, people who would come after me. So what do you suggest? Let me testify today. Get Veronica and Pierce convicted. Then I disappear before my father realizes what happened. That's not a long-term solution, I said. It's the only solution I have. Jerome's phone rang. It's the courthouse. We need to be there in an hour. He looked at Natalia. Are you ready for this? As ready as I'll ever be. What about Pierce? Does he know you're testifying against him? He thinks I'm testifying for him. He asked me to lie about how much time I spend with Faith, to make it look like I'm already a mother figure. And Veronica? She's convinced I'm going to destroy you in court. She spent an hour last night coaching me on what to say. We gathered our documents and headed to the courthouse. In the parking lot, I saw Pierce's car. He was sitting inside, talking on his phone. There's my father, Natalia said quietly. I looked where she was pointing. A tall man with graying hair stood near the courthouse steps, watching Pierce's car. He followed you here? He follows me everywhere. He doesn't trust me to finish the job. What job, exactly? Destroying Veronica's reputation, getting Pierce arrested for fraud, and making sure you lose custody of Faith. Why would he want me to lose custody? Because he knows it would destroy you. And destroying you would hurt Veronica, since she hates you so much. We walked into the courthouse, and I felt Raymond's eyes on us the entire time. The custody hearing was brutal. Pierce's lawyer painted me as an unstable woman who'd abandoned her child and was now trying to manipulate the system for money. Then Natalia took the stand. Miss Black, Jerome began, how long have you known Pierce Wilkins? 8 months. And how did you meet? My father sent me to seduce him as part of a revenge plot against his mother. The courtroom erupted. Pierce's lawyer jumped up. Objection. This is completely irrelevant to... Overruled, Judge Martinez said. I want to hear this. Miss Black, please explain this revenge plot. My father, Raymond Black, was Veronica's business partner 20 years ago. She embezzled money from their company and framed my mother for the theft. My mother killed herself because of the scandal. I watched Pierce's face go white. So, your relationship with Mr. Wilkins was never genuine? No, I was instructed to make him fall in love with me, then convince him to divorce his wife and turn against his mother. But something changed? Yes, I realized Veronica was also stealing from Pierce. She's been embezzling from his accounts for years. Jerome handed her the bank statements. Can you identify these documents? These show transfers from Pierce's accounts to offshore accounts controlled by Veronica. Over $300,000. Pierce stood up. That's impossible. My mother would never... Mr. Wilkins, sit down, the judge ordered. Miss Black, do you have recordings of conversations with Mrs. Veronica Wilkins? Yes. Natalia pulled out the recording device. She admits to the embezzlement and to her plans to ensure Faith never lives with her mother. The judge listened to the recording. Veronica's voice filled the courtroom. I don't care what it takes. That woman will never raise my granddaughter. I'd rather see Pierce lose custody to the state. Miss Black, why are you testifying against the people you were supposed to help? Because I'm tired of being used for revenge. And because Faith deserves to be with her mother. After the hearing, we waited in the hallway for the judge's decision. Pierce sat alone, staring at the floor. Veronica was nowhere to be seen. Where's your mother? I asked him. She left, said she couldn't watch me destroy the family. Pierce, Did you know about the money? He looked up at me with hollow eyes. I thought she was helping me manage my finances. I trusted her. She's been stealing from you for years. I know that now. He stood up. Gwen, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry doesn't fix this. I know, but I want you to know that I never meant for it to go this far. The bailiff called us back into the courtroom. After reviewing the evidence, Judge Martinez said, I'm awarding full custody of Faith to her mother, Gwendolyn. Furthermore, I'm ordering an investigation into the financial crimes alleged against both Mr. Wilkins and Mrs. Veronica Wilkins. I felt my knees buckle with relief. But as we left the courthouse, I saw Raymond Black standing by his car, staring at Natalia with pure rage in his eyes. He knows, she whispered. Jerome, we need protection for Natalia. Already on it. I've got a safe house arranged. But Raymond was walking toward us, his hand inside his jacket. Run, Natalia said. Run now. Security, Jerome shouted as Raymond approached us. 2 courthouse guards immediately moved toward him. Raymond stopped, his hand still inside his jacket, eyes locked on Natalia. You betrayed me. Dad, please, 20 years. 20 years I planned this and you threw it away for what? For him? He gestured at Pierce, who was backing away slowly. I threw it away because it was wrong, Natalia said. Mom wouldn't have wanted this. Don't you dare talk about your mother. Raymond's voice echoed through the courthouse lobby. She died because of that woman. The security guards flanked him. Sir, we need you to remove your hand from your jacket. Where is she? Raymond demanded. Where's Veronica? Sir, last warning. Raymond slowly pulled his hand out, revealing a folded envelope. I came here to give her this. 20 years of evidence. Every crime she committed, every life she destroyed. One of the guards took the envelope. You need to leave the premises now. This isn't over, Raymond said, looking at Natalia. You think you can just walk away from this? From me? Yes, I do. Natalia's voice was steady. I'm done being your weapon. You're my daughter. You owe me. I don't owe you anything. You used Mom's death to turn me into someone I'm not. Raymond's face twisted with rage. You're just like her. Weak. Pathetic. No, Natalia said quietly. I'm finally strong enough to stop you. The guards escorted Raymond out, but I could see him through the windows, pacing in the parking lot, talking on his phone. We need to get out of here, Jerome said. Now. What about Faith? I asked. She's at school. I'll have someone pick her up and bring her to the safe house. Safe house? Natalia's not the only one in danger. If Raymond blames you for ruining his plan... Pierce stepped forward. I'll go with you. No, I said immediately. Gwen, please, I know I screwed up, but Faith is my daughter too. If she's in danger because of your family, because of your mother. I know that, but let me help fix it. Jerome checked his phone. We have a problem. Veronica's not at the house. What do you mean? I sent someone to serve her with the fraud charges. The house is empty. Looks like she left in a hurry. Where would she go? Natalia spoke up. She has a cabin in the mountains, about 2 hours north. She mentioned it once when she was drunk. Why would she go there? Because she knows what's coming. The investigation, the charges, the public humiliation. Natalia looked at the envelope the guard had taken from her father. And because she knows my father has enough evidence to destroy her completely. Jerome's phone rang. It's the school. Faith's not there. My blood went cold. What do you mean she's not there? She was picked up an hour ago by her grandmother. No, I grabbed Jerome's arm. Veronica has Faith. We're calling the police, Jerome said, already dialing. Wait. Pierce pulled out his phone. I can track her. I put a GPS app on Faith's phone, remember? He pulled up the app. A red dot showed Faith's location moving north on Highway 9. She's heading toward the mountains, Natalia said, toward the cabin. Why would Veronica take Faith there? I asked. Because she's desperate, Pierce said. She knows she's going to prison. She probably thinks if she has Faith, she can negotiate some kind of deal. Or she's planning to run, Jerome added. Take Faith and disappear. She won't hurt Faith, Pierce said, but his voice was shaky. She loves Faith. She loves controlling Faith, I corrected. There's a difference. The police arrived and took our statements. Detective Morrison, a tired-looking woman in her 50s, listened to everything. So, we have a kidnapping, embezzlement, fraud, and a potentially dangerous man with a 20-year grudge, she summarized. This is a mess. Can you find them? I asked. We're tracking the phone signal, but if they're heading into the mountains, we might lose the signal. I know where the cabin is, Natalia said. I can take you there. Absolutely not, Detective Morrison said. You're staying here where it's safe. Faith is in danger because of my family's vendetta. Let me help fix this. The answer is no. Pierce stepped forward. What if I go? Veronica trusts me. I might be able to talk her into letting Faith go. She just found out you're being investigated for fraud, I said. She doesn't trust you anymore. Then what do we do? Detective Morrison's radio crackled. We've got the location, cabin on Deer Creek Road, but there's a problem. What kind of problem? Raymond Black is already there. Neighbors reported seeing him break into the cabin about an hour ago. Before Veronica arrived? Yes, he's waiting for her. I felt sick. Faith is walking into a trap. We're sending a tactical team, Detective Morrison said, but it'll take time to get them up there. How much time? 2 hours, maybe 3. Faith doesn't have 3 hours. Pierce grabbed my arm. I'm going up there. Pierce, no. She's my daughter, Gwen. I'm not sitting here while she's in danger. You'll get yourself killed. Maybe, but I can't live with myself if something happens to her and I didn't try to stop it. Jerome looked at Detective Morrison. What if we go with him as backup? I can't authorize civilians. You can't stop us either, I said. That's my daughter up there. Detective Morrison sighed. If you're determined to do this, you follow my lead. No heroics, no confrontations. We assess the situation and wait for backup. Agreed, I said. I'm coming too, Natalia said. No way. My father is up there with a gun and 20 years of rage. You need someone who knows how he thinks. Detective Morrison looked at all of us. This is the worst idea I've ever heard. But you're going to let us do it? I'm going to try to keep you all alive while we save your daughter. We piled into 2 cars and headed north, racing against time and a madman's revenge. The cabin sat in a clearing surrounded by pine trees, looking deceptively peaceful in the afternoon sun. Veronica's car was parked out front, but there was no sign of Raymond's vehicle. He probably parked somewhere else and hiked in, Detective Morrison whispered into her radio. We're going to approach from the back. Through the trees, I could see movement in the cabin's front window, Faith's silhouette, then Veronica's. They're both alive, Pierce said quietly. For now, Natalia added. My father's been planning this confrontation for 20 years. He won't let it end peacefully. We crept closer. Detective Morrison had her gun drawn, and I could hear her backup units coordinating over the radio. Still 40 minutes out. There, Jerome pointed to a side window. I can see Raymond. He's sitting in a chair facing the door. He's waiting for them to try to leave, Natalia said. Classic ambush position. Can you hear what they're saying? We moved closer to the window. Veronica's voice carried clearly. Faith, sweetheart, we're going to take a little trip. Just you and Grandma. I want to go home, Faith said. I want my mom. Your mother doesn't want you anymore. She's too busy with her new life to care about you. That's not true. Of course it's true. Why do you think she let that awful woman testify against your father? She's trying to destroy our family. From inside, Raymond's voice. Still lying to children, I see. I heard Veronica gasp. Who's there? How did you get in? The same way I got into your office 20 years ago. The same way I got into your bank accounts. The same way I got into your son's life. You're Raymond Black. Very good. I wasn't sure you'd remember me. What do you want? Justice. For my wife. For my daughter. For everyone you've destroyed. Faith's voice, scared. Grandma, who is this man? Nobody, sweetheart. Just a confused old man. I'm the father of the woman your grandmother sent to seduce your father, Raymond said. The woman who's been recording every conversation, documenting every crime. Natalia works for you? Veronica's voice was shaking. Worked, past tense. She's developed a conscience, unfortunately. Detective Morrison motioned for us to stay back, but I could see Pierce tensing, ready to rush in. What do you want from me? Veronica asked. I want you to admit what you did. To my wife, to your son, to that woman you've been tormenting for 15 years. I don't know what you're talking about. Sarah Black, my wife, your accountant, the woman who discovered you were embezzling from your husband's company. That was 20 years ago. And you destroyed her life, made sure she could never work again, drove her to suicide. That wasn't my fault. Wasn't it? You spread rumors that she was the thief. You had her blacklisted from every accounting firm in the city. Faith's voice. Grandma, is this true? Of course not, sweetheart. This man is delusional. Then explain these. I heard papers rustling. Bank records, forged signatures, evidence of every crime you've committed. You can't prove anything. I don't have to. Your son's wife already has. The FBI is probably searching your house right now. Through the window, I saw Veronica sink into a chair. This is all Gwendolyn's fault. She turned Pierce against me. No, Raymond said. You did that yourself, just like you turned my daughter against me. Where is Natalia? Probably in witness protection by now. Smart girl, smarter than I gave her credit for. You used your own daughter for revenge? The same way you used your son. The same way you're using that child right now. Faith spoke up. I'm not a child, I'm 16. And I know what you've been doing, Grandma. Faith, you don't understand. I understand that you've been lying about Mom. I understand that you stole Dad's money. I understand that you've been manipulating everyone. I was protecting our family. You were destroying it. Detective Morrison's radio crackled. Units in position, ready to move on your signal. But before she could respond, we heard Faith's voice again. Mr. Black, you don't have to do this. My mom won't let Grandma hurt anyone else. Your mother can't stop her. The system can't stop her. She's been getting away with this for 20 years. But if you hurt her, you'll go to prison, and then who wins? There was a long silence. Your daughter would be proud of you for stopping, Faith continued. For choosing to be better than the people who hurt you. You don't know anything about my daughter. I know she chose to do the right thing, even when it was hard, even when it meant going against you. Another silence, then. You're very wise for 16. I learned from my mom. She taught me that revenge doesn't fix anything. It just creates more pain. Your grandmother deserves to pay for what she's done. She will, but not like this. I heard a chair scraping, then Raymond's voice. You're right. Sarah would want me to be better than this. She would. But I can't let Veronica walk away from this. She won't. My mom made sure of that. Detective Morrison gave the signal. The tactical team moved in through the front door while we approached from the back. FBI, nobody move. Through the chaos, I saw Faith run toward the back door. I caught her in my arms as she burst outside. Mom, you came for me. Of course I came for you. I'll always come for you. Pierce was right behind us. Faith, are you okay? Did they hurt you? I'm fine, Dad, but Grandma's not well. She really believes the things she's been saying. Inside, we could hear Veronica being read her rights. Raymond didn't resist when they handcuffed him. "What happens now?" Faith asked. "Now we go home," I said. "To our real home, the one we're going to build together." "What about Dad?" I looked at Pierce. "Your father has some things to work through, but he'll always be your father." "And Natalia?" "Natalia gets a chance to start over, just like all of us." As we walked back to the cars, Faith took my hand. "Mom, I'm sorry I doubted you. You didn't doubt me when it mattered most. I love you. I love you too, sweetheart, more than you'll ever know." Behind us, the cabin that had held so much pain and secrets was finally empty. The truth had won, just like I'd always believed it would. Justice isn't always about revenge. Sometimes it's about building something better from the ashes of what was broken, and that's exactly what we were going to do